What, not 30, 7:30, July 30th. Me there. Okay, why do I have a Bobby Williams here? Okay. Maybe it's all right, Julio Chapita Brown.
Okay. Your Honor, except for July 2nd.
Oh, there he is. He's Metro West 2. I'm sorry. What did you say?
His locals are set for July 2nd. We'd like to reset for July 3rd. He's in Metro West.
This is a reset?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
He previously waived.
So July 3rd. Okay. Okay. Next, Bobby Williams. Mr. Williams, that's Metro Dade West number 3. Okay, this one is.
Your Honor, he previously contested. He closed his locals. So I don't know if he wants to change his mind and waive.
Mr. Williams, you contested the warrant last time you were in court. I'm being told you've already closed your locals. So if you waive extradition, you can be moved on to Texas County. So that if this is in Texas, state of Texas, County of Harris, to address this. If not, then obviously you can still continue to contest, but it's just going to take longer. And you're not contesting the charges, or you're contesting the validity of the warrant. What do you wish to do?
I thought we had solved this already.
No, you solved the locals. Now you have to deal with what's in Texas. And the issue is that if you contest warrant, you could stay here as long as possibly 90 days. Okay. If you waive it, you probably will be transported within 15 days. So it's really up to you. And again, you're not contesting the charges, it's the validity of the warrant. You're not sure?
Well, I mean, I had my
Certainly.
I had spoke with an attorney already, and I thought we had, already solved it. I was just going to be finished with these charges here, and they said they had 25 or something like that days to 15 to 30 days or something, and my time had already started for them to come get me.
No, your time doesn't start, sir, until you close your local priors. So the clock is now ticking, starts to tick. And what I'm telling you is that if you don't want to contest the validity or sufficiency of the warrant, then it starts, and you could go to Texas as early as 15 days. I don't have a crystal ball, but it's quicker than sitting and waiting. It could take up to 90 days. So whatever you want to do, I just need to give it a date. If you want to contest it, I'll set it out and you do what you do. If not, then we can just specify that it's a waiver and make sure that they get the things going so that they can move you on to Texas as soon as possible.
Okay, and when does the time start? They have 14 or 15 days to come get me?
If you waive extradition.
Maximum of 30 days.
Maximum of 30 days.
Yeah, they said it started already. It's crazy. All right.
It has not starts the moment you resolve your local priors and make the decision that you're making now, or going to be making now.
Okay, well, I'll give them the 15 days to come get me.
Or are you waiving extradition?
I'm saying I'm giving them the 15 or however much time is 15 days to get me, rather than waiting.
Say the words, Your Honor.
It sounds like he's contesting.
Right. It sounds like he's contesting still.
Your Honor, if I may, I apologize. Mr. Williams did try to waive extradition last week with Judge Glazer. However, it did not go as we requested, and it was contested, but I do believe that Mr. Williams originally wanted to waive.
The problem is, Your Honor, he refuses to say that he waives extradition, and as long as he continues to do that, Judge Glazer would not count it as a waive.
In my opinion, he cannot make a commitment. Unwilling, he's only talking about a parameter of time, so this is a contesting. All right, when do you want to set in 30 days?
July 25th,
All right.
30th, the report.
So let's set for July 25th, and I'll put it as contested. Okay?
What does that mean? They have 25 days to come get me?
No, it just means we'll set the report on the 25th to see how it's going. And you could stay there. That's like, well, we got 30 days, right?
30 days.
30 days. Okay. All right. Good luck to you, sir.
Is it after that point that I'll be released if they don't get me?
It may not be that case.
Your Honor, if he's represented by the APD, perhaps she can explain to him again what's happening here.
Right. He's got a lawyer. Okay. All right. Alvin Bacchus. Mr. Bacchus?
His locals are set for July 2nd, Your Honor. We'd like to reset for
It's
July.
the documents refused, Judge.
We just need to reset, right? Reset July 3rd. All right. Richard Watson, this is a quash warrant. Alexander Perez Escobar.
Buen día.
Escobar.
Locals are set for July 2nd. We'd like to reset for July 3rd.
Oh, this has been reset. So the locals are still open?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so reset, you said what, July 3rd?
Yes, Your Honor.
That for report, July 4th, Judge.
July 3rd. I'm sorry, July 3rd.
Judge Perez Alexander, he's a Spanish interpreter.
Oh, is this one? the one-
Interpreters present, Your Honor.
All right,
And also, Appleton Julio in Metro West 2, he needs a Spanish interpreter as well.
okay. All right, so who do we have present before? This is Mr. Perez Escobar? Metro West 5? No, it's not him. Yes, it is. Is Alexander Perez one and the same as Alexander Perez Escobar in Metro West?
Sí, Alexander Pérez Escobar.
Yes, Alexander Perez Escobar.
So please let him know that the locals that he has are still pending.
Bien, señor, lo que tiene localmente todavía está pendiente.
Cannot be transported until, even though he waived until those cases are closed.
I'm sorry, Honor, the interpreter didn't understand.
So he needs to be advised that as long as these locals are pending, he will
Ujú.
not transport it, although he waived extradition.
Bien, mientras estos casos locales estén pendientes, no lo transferirán, aunque ya usted renunció a la extradición.
So we're going to reset this for July 3rd, 2025 to check the status of his locals.
Entonces, su caso se posterga hasta julio 3 para hacer seguimiento de los casos locales.
Ok, gracias.
Okay, thank you.
You said you wanted to recall Julio Chapetin Brown. That's on page 4. You needed an interpreter. This is Metro West 2. Okay, let's see what we did here. Okay. We reset this for July 3rd. His locals are still
His
pending.
locals are still pending, Your Honor.
Same thing.
Okay. Señor Chapetín Brown, ¿escucha la intérprete?
Sí.
Su caso ha sido aplazado hasta julio 3 para hacer seguimiento de los casos locales.
Y yo no puedo pagar mi fianza cuando se cumplan los 30 días que no me extradite.
Could I just pay my bond after the 30 days are up for my extradition?
Ok.
No, I don't believe so. What is this? The paperwork already was sent down. What are these? He can't be moved on until, and the time doesn't tick until he closes or start ticking until he closes the locals, and that has not happened yet. So
Usted tiene que esperar para resolver los casos locales para que comience a andar el reloj y eso todavía no se ha llevado a cabo.
he has no bond on the warrant. on the-
Mientras tanto, no tiene fianza en una orden de captura.
Okay, then the last case on the calendar is, this is Donald Cooney.
Yeah.
All All right, Mr. Coney, let's see, where are you?
Your Honor, it looked like he closed his local cases.
He
Got
closed them?
convicted with a split sentence.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. What did you say?
He was convicted, probation with split sentence.
So
If
he's,
direction can advise is he going to state or?
okay, corrections. My understanding is the locals have closed. Can you let the court know what the disposition on that is? Is he gonna stay or?
Yeah, state prison. State prison.
Go to state prison, Judge.
Yeah, I got 2.5 more years.
Okay.
So we're reset for in 30 days for awaiting a commitment order. So reset is July 30th, please.
Okay, we're running out of space on
For
this.
who?
For a commitment order, they need a commitment order, which they do not have. Let me see here, 6:30, so.
But I thought once I close my case here, they would have 15 days to come get me. I've been here almost 8 years, Your Honor. So they've been having this hold on me for the longest. So I'm trying to figure out, I thought once I close my case here, Georgia will have a certain amount of time to come get me.
Right, but
Yeah, I've been here since 2018.
yeah, but your case wasn't closed since 2018.
It was just closed just now, last Friday.
Time starts ticking when the case is closed. Now you're a convicted felon, my understanding is, but they need a commitment order. They don't
He's
have
got to
that.
go to state prison, Your Honor. So
Complete
they'll
this-
pick him up when he's served his time from the state.
Okay, so let's reset. We said for July 30th. Okay,
I might not even be here. I got the prison coming to get me soon, right? So I'm
sentence. All right. Now we're gonna do the okay,
Thank you, Your Honor.
thank you. All right. So the first case on the calendar is Shannon Dozier. Ms. Dozier, you have a warrant out of Broward County. It is no bond. It's for a violation of probation stemming from a grand theft in the 3rd degree, trespass onto a structure or conveyance occupied. So let's see here. Let's reset. What are we giving these 15 days?
Yes, Judge.
The date on this is going to be July 15th. So they can transport. Next case is Ernesto Abreu. Okay, Mr. Abreu is Metro West, number 6. Do you speak English, sir?
No.
The interpreter is present, Your Honor.
Right, let Mr. Abreu know that he has a warrant out of Marion County with no.
Okay. Bien, señor Abreu, usted tiene una orden de captura del condado Marion y no tiene fianza.
Because it's a violation of probation regarding underlying grand theft charges.
Porque se trata de un quebrantamiento de probatoria de un cargo de robo mayor.
Does he have any open locals? No? Okay, all right, so we're gonna reset this one for July 15th.
No tiene casos locales y la próxima audiencia será julio 15.
Okay, good luck to you, sir.
Buena
Next,
suerte, señor.
Mr. Barrett. Mr. George.
How you doing, Judge?
Good morning. All right, sir, you have a warrant out of, oh, I just skipped somebody. All right, but this is it, you're Mr. George, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Fugitive warrant out of Broward County. The bond is set at $2,000 and it is apparently an AC on an operating without a license. Okay. So
Judge, that bond was paid already.
corrections, is the bond been paid?
They may not have let him post the bond until he's seen Your Honor. So now that he's seen the judge, hopefully it can get processed.
Okay, got it. All right, so it's $2,000 bond. Otherwise, we're gonna reset this unless you post the bond and leave earlier for July 15 to make sure that you have
So
been
question, how long does the bond take to process? Because it's been paid since Friday.
Corrections, is that accurate?
I'm not showing anything that has been posted.
So he should call whoever's trying to post it, see if they can try and post it again. He should be able to post it now that he's seen the judge.
Because I talked to the bondsman Friday. He said he was going down to Broward County Jail to post it because my release
That's
date is
the
today.
problem. He posted it in Broward and not in Miami. So like they have to tell, Broward has to tell Miami that it's been posted, so it may take longer.
So I have a warrant in Broward or Dade.
Sir, you were the, I just read.
It's a Broward warrant, but it would have been quicker if he posted the bond in Miami, since he's in the Miami jail.
Okay,
Call your bondsman.
just gonna monitor it, and we set it here on our calendar for July 15th. If you're able to post the bond and you're out earlier, then it'll be noted then. Okay, Jose Rodriguez, I skipped him. Jose Rodriguez.
Morning, Your Honor.
Let's see, okay, this is Metro West number 7. All right, Mr. Rodriguez, you have a warrant from Nassau County, and the bond is $1,502 for driving while license suspended. Okay, so bond,
Your Honor, what about if I'm homeless and I can't pay that?
that's the bond, sir.
Okay.
July 15th to make sure you can transport it, okay? All right, let's see here. Next case is Demetrius Coleman.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning. Let's see where Mr. Coleman. There you go. Okay, now, Mr. Coleman, you have a warrant out of Broward County. It's no bond, and apparently this is for a no-show on a Capias for Grand Theft Auto.
Yeah, but Judge, I had paid my bond when I in Broward, and then I had got extradited in Miami. So, I couldn't come to the court date because I was in jail in Miami.
Right, so that's that. What I read you is what it is. It's got you have a no bond warrant from Broward County, so I've advised, you don't have anything pending. It doesn't have anything pending locally, so you should be moved out to Broward to resolve that within 15 days. I've set this report on the 15th to make sure that you have been transported, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Cristobal Limas?
Hey.
All right, Mr. Limas, do you speak English?
No.
Okay, so we need an interpreter on Mr. Limas.
The interpreter is present, Your Honor.
Mr. Limas, you have a warrant from Broward County. The bond is no bond. It is for violation of probation, underlying charges, burglary, and possession of burglary tools.
Bien, señor, usted tiene una orden de captura del condado de Broward, por el cual usted no tiene fianza. Los cargos delineados son de quebrantamiento de probatoria, encargos de allanamiento y tenencia de herramientas para cometer allanamiento.
Okay, so I'm going to reset this for July 15th to make sure that you've been transported.
De modo que se aplaza el caso hasta julio 15 para cerciorarnos de que ya haya sido transferido.
Okay, good luck to you, sir.
Buena suerte, señor.
Alexis,
Thank you.
this is Mr. Nunez. Yes? Alexis Nunez? Is that you, sir? Can you hear?
Yes, Your Honor, this is Alexis Nunez.
Can you speak English?
No, interpreter needed, Your Honor.
Okay, interpreter is present.
Mr. Nunez, you have a warrant out of Sarasota County. The bond is no bond.
Bien, señor Núñez, usted tiene una orden de captura del condado de Sarasota y no tiene fianza.
Yo puedo hablar.
Momento. May I speak?
Hold on.
Momento.
Underlying charges are smuggling contraband into a detention facility and trespassing into a structure or conveyance.
Trespass into?
Structure or conveyance.
Okay. Bien, y los cargos son de infiltrar contrabando dentro de una facilidad y traspaso a una estructura.
All right. Yes, sir, you wanted to say something?
Señor, ¿usted quería decir algo?
Okay, so where's the calendar?
Hello.
Hello. Sí, diga.
Sí, la acusación de trespassing ya estaba dismissing y el caso estaba cerrado. Y cuando empezaron a procesar el muchacho que fue culpable, me volvieron a abrir el caso a mí.
Yes, I wanted to say that the trespass case had already been dismissed, but when they started to process the person, the guy that was responsible for it, then they charged me again for it.
Okay, well, I don't have any of that information in front of me. The only thing I have is that you have a warrant from Sarasota County, so it needs to address this. And it is, no bond. So I've.
Bien, señor, yo no tengo esa información conmigo. Lo único que tengo es que usted tiene una orden de captura del condado de Sarasota y que no tiene fianza.
All right, I set it for July 15th to make sure that you've been moved, transported to Sarasota County so you can address this, okay?
Y he fijado el caso para julio 15 para cerciorarnos de que usted ha sido transferido y allá usted podrá tratar su caso.
There you go. All right, and this concludes, I believe, the in-state warrants. The first one's Jimenez. No, Jimenez. Who were the first ones? All right, we're getting ready to address the felony calendar, but I need to know the first word. This is Jimenez. Hold on a second. This is four. What is it? Hold on a second. No, first case is Ruth Jimenez. Okay.
Morning.
I know, but we need to get the calendar 1 second in sync. You gave me all of the cases. The A forms.
You give me this one first, right? This one.
Right. Which is this one? This is the one that's gonna be called out of turn? All right, but is this Duly? Is that the
This is
one?
the First Lady, Miss Jimenez, before the court. The First Lady on calendar.
Okay, hold on a second. I need to see A form. I need Ruth Jimenez. Which ones did you give? Ashley, which ones, was this the only one out of turn or are there others? Which is? Okay.
Yeah, this is the one I guess out of order for corrections.
Which is Ruth? Okay, just one read. This is it? Okay, hold on a second. All right, we have Miss Jimenez here, so they brought her in. Let me just address this. This is
Select one.
to keep them in. All right. And I'll address you momentarily. Corrections has, all right, Miss Jimenez. You speak
Good
English?
morning.
Good morning. Do you speak English, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay, all right, you're before the court because it's alleged that on June 29th in the vicinity of 1890 West 56th Street in Hialeah, you committed the following offenses: aggravated assault with a deadly weapon and simple battery, okay? My understanding is the alleged victim is a person by the name of Abraham Cordero, all right? I've appointed the public defender's office to represent you. I'll be taking a look at the arrest affidavit to determine your bond status, okay? Just looks like first offense. Girlfriend, boyfriend. Is there anybody here on this case? Vanessa?
Right, I don't believe the alleged victim is present. Mr. Cordero, if you're logged onto Zoom, raise your hand, let us know.
All right, I'm making a finding of probable cause as to both counts. Setting bond, count one at $5,000, count two at $1,000 with a stay away order. Ms. Jimenez, I need you to listen carefully. One of the conditions or the conditions of your release, if you're able to post bond, is you cannot engage in any criminal activity. You cannot use or possess any illegal drugs. You cannot use, purchase, carry any firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. And if you have any of these firearms, ammunitions, or concealed weapons permits, you have to turn them into your local police department and file a receipt with the court. You're also prohibited from having any contact, direct or indirect, with the alleged victim, who is Abraham Cordero, which includes no contact in person and writing by phone or through social media or third persons. You must stay at least 500 feet away from him, his home, place of employment, or school at all times. You can return to the residence if you have any personal items to retrieve once within 48 hours of your release, accompanied by a law enforcement officer. It looks like there's a child in common in this case. So if that is the case, you are, you obviously have to, it'll be handled by the dependency division. In other words, you have to go through the court system. They'll probably do an investigation, and that's it. Good luck to you, ma'am. All right, we have to call out of turn. This gentleman, what is,
Good morning.
this is Dulipre?
Yes, Judge, it's Catwita Dulipre, Brett Schwartz on her behalf.
Okay.
Page
All right.
4.
Page 4, let's take a look at this. I didn't sign it. Hold on. Okay, top of page. All right, let's see, let's get your client.
Morning.
Good morning. You're Ms. Dulipre, right?
Yes, Ms. Dillapre.
Ma'am, you are before the court. It's alleged that on June 28th of 2025, in the vicinity of 1840 Northwest 187th Terrace in Miami Gardens, you committed the following offenses. 1 count of burglary with an assault and battery therein, which is a first-degree felony. 1 count of aggravated battery on a pregnant woman, second-degree felony. 1 count of grand theft in the 3rd degree, and 1 count of simple battery. You have a private counsel. What is your name, counsel?
Brett Schwartz on her behalf.
Just by their last name?
Brett Schwartz, SCHWARTZ.
Got it. I'm going to be taking a look at the arrest affidavit. Oh, in addition to which, the state of Florida has filed a motion for pretrial detention pursuant to Florida statute section 907.041. Alleged victims, I see here, I have 3 proposed stay away orders. Alleged victim number 1 had initials P as in Peter, S as in Sam, PS. The other one AS, A Apple, S Sam, and AH, A Apple, H Harry. Okay, not necessarily those, but just so that you alphabetical. All right, let me take a look at the A form, and then I'll hear argument from both sides. Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay. Yes, counsel.
Judge, before I make argument, I had emailed Ms. F this morning. I was wondering if she had a chance to take a look at it. And
I can't agree to a bond because there's probable cause for a non-bondable offense. That being said, the state filed a motion and is requesting that the case be reset in front of the division judge tomorrow. That judge is Judge Millian. And at that point, there could potentially be a bond set or the date for the hearing.
All right, Judge, I haven't had a chance to read the arrest report, but if the court's finding probable cause, the only argument I'll make for purposes of today is the the defendant has minor children at home. And when I arranged for this surrender with Detective Robinson at Miami Gardens Police Department, he advised me the only charges he was filing against her, charging her with, was aggravated battery, 2 counts of misdemeanor battery. A couple hours later, she surrenders, and somehow these charges just happened to appear. Called him last night. He apologized with no real reason. I would ask the court to look at it and consider a reasonable bond, pretrial services, house arrest, something so she can go home and take care of her minor children, which she was expected to be able to do based on the representation of Detective Robinson.
All right, unfortunately, counsel, the A form is pretty specific, in terms of, the allegations I, made within the 4 corners. All right, I find that there's probable cause as to each and every one of them. The motion for pretrial detention as it relates to count 1, which is the first-degree felony punishable by life, I'm going to grant, but that is what I think the assistant state attorney is advising. It'll be in division, and then you can make those arguments, and she may be able to get a bond. So there's going to be no bond in count 1. Count 2, it's $7,500. Count 3 is $5,000. Count 4 is $1,000, which is with a stay away order. And I need to read this to Ms. Dewey so she understands that if she's able to get a bond on all the offenses and charges, rather, the conditions are going to be that she not engage in any criminal activity, that she not use or possess any illegal drugs, that she not use, purchase, possess, or carry any firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. And if she has any of these firearms, ammunitions, or concealed weapons permits, she has to surrender them to the local police department and file a receipt with the court. She also is prohibited from having any direct or indirect contact with the victim AH, and there are several victims. Will go one by one on each one of them, but this particular order, pretrial detention, only relates to AH, not certain why, which includes no contact, either direct or indirect, in person, in writing, by phone, or through social media. She has to stay at least 500 feet away from this person, the person's home, place of employment, or school at all times. She may return to victim's residence only one time if she has any personal belongings there within 48 hours with the assistance of police department. As it relates to any minor children that may be associated with the alleged victims, it has to go through the court system and through the dependency court. Okay. So let me just read. Then the other stay away orders just say that she's prohibited from having any contact, direct or indirect, as I stated earlier, by in writing, phone, pager, or through third persons, and has to stay at least 500 feet away. And the other victims' initials are ES, AS, and again, AH. Okay. And this will print out tomorrow, is my understanding, in the divisions.
Understood.
All right. So good luck to you, sir.
Thank you, Judge. May I make a copy of the form while I'm here?
Oh, she cannot.
Take a picture?
No?
All right, thank you.
All right. Okay, there was another out of turn from corrections, my understanding is. Let's see here. And this should be.
Judge, it's right. He went back, Judge. He refused.
Oh, okay. So let's see what page is this, so we can write this here. They look right. Do we know what page this was on?
Page 18.
Let me just write here, refusal. And you want to print this out, what, in the afternoon or on the refusals? This is first time.
You reset PM, Judge, or tomorrow?
PM.
Can Your Honor review for probable cause?
I'm sorry?
Can Your Honor please review for probable cause?
Okay. This is a PD client. You gonna waive his presence, or you just
Yes, Your
want?
Honor, we'll waive his presence.
Let me see here. All right, PC found. I'm sorry. All right, you too. Okay. All right. Any other cases that need to be called out of turn before we go on?
Judge, if the public defender's waiving presence, would Your Honor set the bonds?
That's on the, let me see, I just turned the paperwork back on this one. Wow. Let's see here, this is $2,500.
Okay.
Just put it on here. 25. So do we need it in the afternoon still?
No, if you're honor setting the bond, no.
That's what it is. And forget about corrections on, Mr. Wright. You don't need to bring him in the afternoon. I found PC. They waived his presence. And set bond at, 2,500. Okay. All right, on the calendar, page 1, Lourdes Ciano Perez.
Judge, she was given $1 on her traffic.
On the traffic, okay.
Yes, and she also is out on felony bond F207665.
Good morning, Ms. Ciona Perez. Do you speak English?
Hispanic.
Okay.
The interpreter's present, Your Honor.
Let Ms. Cione de Perez know that she's gonna have, because she's out on bond in case number F207665.
Bien, señora Fiona de Pérez, usted se encuentra en la cárcel por porque se encuentra bajo perdón, tiene fianza en F20 7665.
Okay, you, on this case, you're before the court because it's alleged that on June 29th, I'm sorry, you committed the following offenses: possession of cocaine, and then there's a traffic related case, which you already dealt with.
También se alega que en junio 29 cometió la siguiente ofensa: tenencia de cocaína y un caso de tránsito de $1.
Right, other defenders
Sí.
I'll make finding a probable cause and set bond on this case at $2,500.
Se le nombra el abogado de oficio y encuentra motivo fundado para el arresto en este caso, y se impone una fianza de $2,500.
Okay.
Okay.
Luck. Okay.
Buena
Paige-
suerte. Hasta luego.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Paige Moreno. Does Ms. Moreno have any open cases?
No.
or-
So,
Okay. All right. Is this Ms. Moreno?
yes,
Okay, good morning. All right, ma'am, you were arrested on June 29th. It's
yes.
the offense of possession of suspect crack cocaine, which is a third-degree felony. Where do you live?
Little Havana.
Okay, do you have an address?
Yes, ma'am.
The address.
1136 Northwest 4th Street, Miami, apartment 6, Miami, Florida 33128.
How long have you lived there?
3 years.
Okay.
So
And
just she would potentially qualify for a program. My only hesitation is that it looks like she may be selling.
Huh?
she's not charged with selling possession.
It says that
That wasn't me.
she placed the drugs into the other individual's hands.
Making a finding of probable cause as to possession of suspect cocaine. I'm gonna refer her to pretrial services, alternate bond, 2,500. Ma'am, do you have the name of a person that can confirm your address, name and number? Okay, give it to corrections. So it's pretrial services, alternate bond, 2,500. Next case, Tina Pudiman.
Okay, good morning.
Tina?
Hi, good morning.
All right, you're here before the ma'am because it's alleged that you committed the offense of battery on a person 65 years of age or older, which is a felony on, it says here on June 29th. Okay, the alleged victim is David Pudiman.
So the victim's her dad, and he didn't want her driving because she was drinking, and she allegedly scratched him on the chest and the arm. In terms of recent criminal history, it looks like she was arrested for DUI earlier this month. There's no age for her dad, so there'd be PC on a battery.
No process through, it looks like a completion of pretrial on another battery and resisting.
That was a little older though. That happened in 2010.
Your Honor.
Where's
Yeah,
it?
if I may, I believe, would it be possible to reset this for the afternoon? I do believe the alleged victim would like to appear and have a phone number. If we can,
I would. I was gonna ask if the alleged victim is present before the court, but you're saying perhaps in the afternoon. So let's go ahead and reset this for the afternoon.
We could pass her and then you can have somebody try and talk to them.
okay.
Because we got a lot of people.
Okay,
Your Honor, corrections advised me that we do have a lot of people. If we can just pass this for now for the morning calendar, we can get in contact with him and see if he can show up this morning.
it's gonna go to the end of the calendar. Okay,
Yes, Your Honor.
put it at the end. Put this at the very end. Pass. Okay. All right. Next is Jane Doe. Oof.
Judge, reset medical.
Reset for when?
This afternoon.
Afternoon.
Okay, so. Yeah, okay. This one goes this way. Yeah, in the afternoon, okay. Elise Riche,
Yes, ma'am. How you doing, Your Honor?
fine. Let me just get your paperwork. All right, ma'am. You're here before this court because it's alleged that you committed the following offenses: possession of cocaine, suspect crack cocaine, or actually residue. Possession with intent to use drug paraphernalia, and trespass onto an unoccupied structure or conveyance. I've appointed the public defender's office to represent you.
She may qualify for the TAP program.
Which is crazy because I just got out of the top program.
August of 2024. Adjudication withheld, but this is. All right, I'm gonna refer her to TAP. Make a finding of probable cause. Okay. TAP with alternate, do you need an alternate for TAP?
Yes.
Okay, first count 2,500, second count, third count 100, okay?
Judge, you cut off for the second and third count.
500, second count, 100, third count.
And if we could give her a day to come back to court, I believe it would be July 30th in front of Judge Delancey.
Okay, so reset the date, the return date is July 30th, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Elmina Taylor?
Mrs. Taylor is reset medical for PM.
Here you go.
Mr. Taylor refused, Judge.
Oh, okay, refused.
So this is a refusal on Taylor?
From Taylor? Are you Taylor?
Yes, Judge, Taylor refused.
Okay, so reset for the afternoon.
We can just waive her presence, Your Honor, for Ms. Taylor.
What are we doing?
Okay, if counsel's willing to waive presence, that's fine. Allegations are that she broke a window of a KFC Taco Bell, but I didn't see the amount of damage alleged, so there'd be PC on a misdemeanor, a second-degree misdemeanor, but the state's requesting that Your Honor increase the bond to $1,000 based upon her criminal history.
The criminal history, this one? Whoa.
She's got a really long criminal history. I see a misdemeanor conviction from March. Or 2 misdemeanor convictions from March.
That bond.
Ours dating back to the 80s.
$500.
How much is it, Judge?
100.
500?
500. Can you hear me? Is that
It's in and out from your end.
right? Any better? Better?
Much better, Judge.
Your Honor, I just wanted to confirm, did you find a PC for just the misdemeanor?
Yes, misdemeanor, but in light of her significant priors, I elevated the bond. Okay. All right. Okay. Ayed Ferrer. Ms. Ferrer, do you speak English? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, it's alleged that you committed the offense of grand theft of a vehicle, third-degree felony on July 28th, appointing the public defender's office to represent her. Let me just
So I
see
know
here.
she's got the bench warrant, but she may otherwise qualify for pretrial. Corrections, what happened on the bench warrant?
Received a dollar bond.
So let's, pretrial services, you finding a probable cause, alternate bond, 2,500, okay? All right. Next case is on page 3, Alexis Evans. I'm sorry. They gave her a dollar on the other one, yeah. How are you? I didn't even see you. How are you doing? Yeah, you sneaked in here. Okay, Evans? Is this Alexis Evans?
Yes.
All right, Miss Evans, you're accused of having committed the offense of burglary of an unoccupied conveyance on June 28th. I think this is her first contact with the system.
Right, so Judge, my only, I see no criminal history, but I don't know how long she's been in South Florida.
Right now, how long have you lived at 1160 Southwest 102nd Avenue?
Since January.
So less than a year. I don't think she would qualify for pretrial if she hasn't been here a year.
What else do you need? No? A year more. Well, pardon me? She doesn't have any priors.
It looks like also the alleged victim is present. I'm gonna promote the victim to a panelist.
I don't have a stay away order on this thing.
I didn't do one. If the clerk could please write one up. The alleged victim is requesting one.
Okay, do you have? Morning, Judge.
Nice to see you outside of family.
You're here on Alexis Evans?
Yes, and I believe
It's
there's
the alleged victim, Your Honor.
as well. So the reason I'm requesting a stay away order is that they broke into my vehicle in front of my mother-in-law's house while we were bringing her back from the hospital. She's very elderly, and I would like a stay away order from her house to make sure that they stay away from there.
Okay, this is against, oh, I see, there's a co-defendant. I got it. Okay, somebody's gonna get me a stay away order. Here we go. Okay, so okay, I'm finding probable cause. I'm gonna set standard bond to 2,500 as our first offense. So I need you to understand, Ms. Evans, that part of the conditions of your release, if you're able to post the bond, is that you are prohibited from having any contact, direct or indirect, with the alleged victim in the case, who in this case is Miss Andreu.
Yes.
Okay, I just want to write this down. Because it's not been prepared. I'm doing it as we speak, okay? Which means no contact, direct or indirect, in person, in writing, by phone, by pager, fax, or through third persons or any other kind of electronic media. You have to stay at least 500 feet away from her home, her place of employment, or school and or person at all times. Do you understand that? Yes? Okay.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, can I specifically put my mother-in-law's address because that's where the offense was committed? It's not my home.
Is it the 1211 address?
Yes.
1211
Southwest.
Incident location.
Southwest
103rd Court.
103rd Court, and that's in Miami.
Yes, 33173.
33173. Got it. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And Ms. Evans? Great. Okay. Good luck. Good style.
Judge, I think there's a co-defendant as well. I don't know if the victim needs to stick around, but we'll do the stay away order for the co-defendant as well.
I appreciate that, Your Honor.
All right, next case on the calendar is Valentina Bianchi.
Yes.
Mrs. Bianchi is out on felony bond F2 55767.
So that means you're gonna have a hold.
5167.
Okay. So hold. F25, 5167. All right, Ms. Bianchi, you're here before the court. It's alleged that you committed the offense of aggravated battery and false imprisonment. The alleged victim is a Carl Wilson. I've appointed the public defender's office to represent you, ma'am, so I'm going to be looking at the arrest affidavit to make a finding of probable cause. Don't say anything because everything's being recorded, okay? Any argument on this one from either side? All right, I'm finding probable cause, setting bond on count 1 at $7,500, count 2 at $5,000 with a stay away order. And Ms. Bianchi, you cannot have, if you're able to post the bond and resolve the other case that you have a hold on, one of the conditions for your release is you cannot engage in any criminal activity. You can't use or possess any illegal drugs. You cannot use, possess, carry any firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. And if you have any firearms, ammunition, or concealed weapons permits, you have to surrender them to the nearest police department and obtain a receipt, which needs to be filed with the court. You are prohibited from having any direct or indirect contact with the alleged victim in the case, whose name is Carl Wilson, which means no contact in person, in writing, by phone, by pager, or through social media. You have to stay at least 500 feet away from him, his property, his residence, his employment, or school at all times. Do you understand that, ma'am?
Yeah, I do understand, Your Honor.
Next case is Gabriela Saldiva.
¿Hablas español, no? Okay, Spanish interpreter required, Your Honor.
Right. Good morning, Ms. Saldiva. You have been accused of the offense of grand theft in the 3rd degree that took place on June 29th in Macy's at 1405 Northwest 107th Avenue.
Ms. Echeverria, you gotta unmute.
Buenos días, señora. Usted ha sido arrestada por un cargo de robo en mayor cuantía de 3er grado ocurrido en enero 29 en la tienda Macy's de la 1405 Northwest 107.
So Judge, she's got no priors if we can see how long she's been in Miami.
Su señoría, ella no tiene antecedentes. ¿Podemos verificar cuánto hace que vive en Miami?
How long have you lived at 10486 Northwest 31st Terrace, ma'am?
Señora, ¿cuánto hace que vive en la 104 y 35 Terras?
3 o 4 días.
3 or 4 days.
So maybe she's just visiting.
¿Está de visita?
Sí, de vacaciones.
Yes, on vacation.
This said standard bond at $2,500 with a stay away order.
Se impone una fianza de $2,500 y una orden de alejamiento.
Which means if you're able to post a bond, you cannot go anywhere near that Macy's store located 1405 Northwest 107th Avenue in Doral.
Eso significa que si usted sale pagando la fianza, usted no puede ir al local del Macy's que queda en la 1405 Northwest 107 Avenida en Doral.
Bueno.
Good luck, Giselle.
All right. Buena suerte.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Judge, when you have a second, could we recall Ms. Putinen. It looks like her dad did log on. It's the case Your Honor said, but for the end of the calendar, but the victim's here.
That's a picture of where we leave it at. Yes, this is on page 1 of the calendar.
Right, so I'm gonna promote the alleged victim, and corrections, if you could try and bring Miss Putinen.
All right. She's present before the court. Okay.
Hello.
Hey, sir, can you try and turn on your camera?
I don't know how. We don't know
There
how.
should be like a little icon that says video that looks like a
For
camera.
technology.
I know.
Start video at the bottom.
Yes,
Start
yes.
Video? Start video. Okay.
I think you may have to like enable your camera.
How do we do it? I don't know how.
All right.
Can you
Is
hear
Your Honor-
me?
We can hear you. Is Your Honor okay with them testifying without the video?
We just don't know how. Speak.
Hello. Hello.
Hi, sir, you may need to.
How do we do it? Should I stop video or don't hit me?
Can you hear me?
We can hear
Can you hear us?
Guys,
What?
Sir, ma'am and sir, you need to be, this is a judge, Dennis speaking. I can't accept your testimony unless I see you. It's like coming into court and not being able to see you. So you're gonna have to, I had originally passed this to the calendar.
I'll get my granddaughter. She'll fix it for us in about a minute, okay? Let me go grab my teenage granddaughter. Hold the computer, David. I can't hold up this.
Please just hang on a second.
Hurry up.
Please hold on just a second.
Fix it for her.
We need to go into settings and allows, oh, there we go.
There. You have me now?
I have.
Okay.
All right, and
That's not it, Sophia.
all right, I can barely see your face, but you're there. There we go. Okay. All right, there we go. Now I can see you. All right. what
Okay,
is-
sorry about that.
Even better. Okay. Raise your right hand. Sir, do you
Hold
swear
on.
that you're gonna
Okay, I'm holding the computer.
will be true and correct under penalties of perjury?
Yes, I do.
What is your name, sir? You can put your
David A.
hand up.
Pointonen.
Okay, Mr. Pointon, how are you related to Tina Pointon?
She's my daughter.
It appears that you are the alleged victim in a case of battery, which she's before the court right now, where it's alleged that she committed a domestic battery against you and you're over the 65 years of age. Is there anything you want to tell this court?
Yes, we were tussling around for keys to the car, and basically she scratched me a couple places, and then she called the police. And then when the police got there, she tried to say that I assaulted her. Okay. Basically that. I'm better for the wear, but yes.
Judge, may I ask a few questions? Sir, how old are you?
Yes.
Sir, how old are you?
Your age.
68 years.
Okay. And it looks like maybe your daughter has a drinking problem,
68.
right? It looks
Not
like maybe
really. That's the issue here, you know.
the drinking problem.
Not really.
Not really.
Not
Okay.
that I can say. I mean, it's what happened is, you know, it seems like a one-time thing here, but it's just, you know, not her character to be like that and to fight us to, you know,
You want her coming home?
get the keys and stuff when we said she's not driving. Say that again?
Do you want her to come back home?
Yeah, she's got no place to go. I mean,
Are you scared of her?
It's just screaming.
Sir, are you afraid of her? Are you scared that she'll hurt you if she comes back home?
no, no,
You want her to come back?
no, I'm not. No, I'm not. Okay. I don't know what happened here.
Well, okay, so listen to me carefully. There is a type of modified stay away order which allows her to have contact with you, but is prohibited from being physically threatening or violent towards you in any way whatsoever. Is that what you're asking this court to do?
If that's need be, if not, I think this is going to be behind us. To be honest with you.
Well,
but you know, something like that, if she tries it again or something, I could pull the trigger, but you know,
you pull the trigger. Okay. I assume you're not saying
I
that.
don't think that's in.
Okay. All right. So
Necessary.
you has had, listen to me carefully, albeit several years back in 2010, she did have a resistance without violence and a battery. And she recently had contacts with the system, my understanding is with the DUI. So something's going on. Having said that, you know, you've told this court under oath that you're not afraid of her, that you believe this is a one-time situation and you want to put this behind you and you do not object to the court's entry of a modified stay order. Is that my understanding?
Yes, that is.
All right. All right. Okay, so on this case, will pretrial take her? Not batteries? Okay, all right then. Well.
See.
Ms. Putnam, do you work?
No, I'm retired.
No, your daughter, does she work?
No.
What do you do for a living?
I'm unemployed.
I'm retired. Oh.
Here, her.
I'm sorry.
Unemployed right now.
When was the last time you worked?
It's been a while.
All right, well, I'm gonna set a bond at $2,500, okay? I'm going to enter a modified stay order, which means, listen to me carefully, okay? Part of the conditions of your release, if you're able to post the bond, is that you cannot engage in any criminal activity, okay? You cannot use or possess any illegal drugs, okay? You cannot use, purchase, possess, or carry any firearm, gun, weapons, or ammunition. And if you have any firearms, ammunition, or concealed weapons permits, you have to surrender them to the police department and file the receipt with the court, okay? I am entering, pursuant to the request of your father, who is the alleged victim in the case, a modified stay away order, which means that you are allowed to have contact with him, but you are prohibited from being physically threatening. Ma'am, you need to listen. You need to listen. You need to listen to what I'm telling you.
Yes.
Okay? Because if you violate this, you'll be back in, and it really won't matter what your father says at that point. Okay? You are allowed to have contact with him. However, you are prohibited from being physically threatening or violent towards him in any manner whatsoever. You understand that?
Yes.
So she will be allowed to go back home. Okay. All right, good luck to you.
Thank you.
Back on the calendar,
Done?
on page, what was this one? Giselle Gonzalez, bottom of page 3. Ms. Gonzalez, do you speak English?
Yes.
Okay. You are before the court. It's alleged that you committed the following offenses: 1 count of possession, armed possession of a controlled substance, crystal meth, 1 count of possession of residual suspect cocaine, and 1 count of cannabis. I've appointed the public defender's office to represent you.
She may qualify for pretrial, but looking at the attendees, I think she also may have a bondsman present.
Do you work?
At the moment, no.
When was the last time you worked?
A month ago.
Okay. So the gun was in the glove compartment. That's why.
Yes, that was a
No, Don't talk about the case. I'm asking the state.
Yes.
Okay.
sure.
All right. Do you have a bondsman here on your case, ma'am?
Yes, Your Honor, it looks like 305 bail bond is present.
I'm going to set the following bond, count 1, $2,500, count 2, $2,500, count 3, $100. Okay.
Judge, I also
Yes.
disregard, Your Honor.
Page Bissett.
Judge, I believe we have Ward D that's trying to get in.
Okay. Let's see here.
I see the Galaxy tab. I'll promote him corrections.
Is this Miss Bissett? Yes. Can you hear me?
Hello?
Hi, can you hear me? Are you Miss Bissett?
No, Natalie Scott. She's on page 4, Your Honor. Are we gonna take the Ward D?
Okay, so this is Miss Scott?
Yes.
Corrections, what happened to Miss Bissett?
What do you mean?
Are we passing it? Is it a bond out?
Bissett is a bond out.
Perfect.
Okay, so now we have Natalie Scott, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Right? Okay, Ms. Scott, you're here before the court. It's alleged that you committed 1 count of false imprisonment and 1 count of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. I've appointed the public defender's office to represent you. Let me just take a look at the arrest affidavit, and the alleged victim's initials are FT. Okay. These are first to.
I don't see any criminal history.
So this is another person, right? There's no, yeah, but this. Okay, I'm not inclined to give any kind of pre-trial on these kinds of charges. I'm making finding of probable cause. I am going to assess bond in count 1 at $5,000, count 2 at $5,000. with a stay away order. Okay, Miss Scott, if you're able to post the bond, the conditions will be that you not have any contact, direct or indirect, with the alleged victim in the case whose initials are FP. That means not through social media, not through writing, telephone, or pager. You have to stay at least 500 feet away from him, his person, his place of employment, his home, or school at all times. You understand that? Yes?
Yeah.
Okay, you cannot engage in any criminal activity, use or possess any illegal drugs, or have any guns, ammunition, weapons, and if you do have any of them, you have to surrender them to the police department. Understood?
Okay.
Good luck, ma'am.
Corrections, who's in Ward D?
Roberto Garcia and Rafael Diaz.
What page you want to call them?
Yeah, Diaz.
Page 15? Hold on. Let's look.
Page 15.
Page what? All right, let me look for the paperwork. Just top of page 15.
Good morning, Your Honor. Does he need an interpreter?
Let's find out.
Okay.
Speak English, sir? Mr. Diaz?
Señor Díaz, ¿usted habla inglés?
Sí.
Okay. He speaks English, Your Honor.
Okay. Rafael? Yes. Rafael Diaz. Okay. All right. All right, Mr. Diaz, you are before the court. It's alleged you committed one count of aggravated fleeing and eluding a police officer resulting in injury or death, first-degree felony, and one count of driving while license suspended with great bodily injury or death.
I think I was the one that was injured.
Okay. Do you understand what I said? Yes or no? Because I can barely understand you.
Yeah, yes, I'm the one that was injured in the whole thing, the only one.
Okay. All right. Don't make any comments about your case. I've appointed the public defender's office to represent you. Do you have a private lawyer?
I believe Mr. Fizzy was going to show up.
Do you have a lawyer?
I don't know if Michael is going to be able to show up or if I should just go with someone.
Did you hire an attorney to represent you in this case?
Excuse me?
Did you hire or your family on your behalf an attorney to represent you?
I guess he hasn't made it, so no.
What? I can't understand.
No.
Okay. All right. Well, let me take a look at the arrest affidavit. I recommend you not make any comments because everything is being recorded.
The defendant fled from the police at a high rate of speed and crashed into a sergeant's police pickup truck. The A form says that both the sergeant and the defendant sustained serious bodily injuries and were transported to rider trauma.
This is on June 20th. And what is the condition of the sergeant?
I have no further information.
Were they at the trauma center? Any way of finding out? Because it's charged as resulting in injury or death.
I think that if the sergeant needed to go to rider trauma, that would be sufficient for serious bodily injury.
I'm currently red grade. I can't leave the red.
Mr. Diaz, please don't talk any further, okay? We'll be in contact with you, okay?
I just wanted to make it known that I'd like to be able to go home and take a shower and just start piecing it together on life.
I can't understand what you're saying. All right. So having said that, I reviewed your risk. I'm going to be finding a probable cause as to both counts. I'm setting bond on count 1 at $15,000, count 2 at $5,000, which is with a stillway order. I don't have one, but I'd like someone to prepare so that he have no contact with the sergeant if he is able to post bond. Okay.
Would Your Honor add house arrest in addition to the bond based upon the defendant's actions? I believe that he is a flight risk. Additionally, he shouldn't have even been driving because he's got multiple suspensions on his license.
I don't have that paperwork, but he does. I don't have anything for this individual. So he does have numerous.
Right, so the A form talks about 6 prior suspensions. I also do see that he has a criminal history. He wasn't positively identified. That's why Your Honor doesn't see anything on the printout.
I have a blank sheet only with these charges, and I saw what the A form said, but, okay, all right. Do you work, Mr. Diaz?
Yes,
What do you do for a living?
at all day recycling,
The what?
a garbage company. All day recycling, service company.
A service recycling company.
Okay, and who is this translating for the court?
It's an officer.
Officer?
Hernandez.
How are you, sir? Okay, all right, okay.
You can call us 786.
All right, but there's a lot of issues here, so I'm going to grant the state's request, and I'm going to make also a condition, if he's able to post a bond, that he have a GPS monitoring device on. Not supposed to be driving without a license, or among other things.
Judge, is it plus bond or alternate?
Plus bond.
Your Honor, considering Mr. Diaz does have a job, would you consider level 3? I believe that's sufficient to keep him in the area monitored, but also be able to attend his job.
State's requesting no less than level 2.
Just so that we're clear, count 1 is 15,000, count 2 is 5,000, plus house arrest. I'm going to put level 2. And I don't know enough about his finances. I've appointed the public defender's office to represent him. Mr. Diaz, do you own any property, sir? A home, a car? Nothing. Okay.
No.
How much did you do you make a year in your employment?
I see, 25,000, 30,000 a year.
A year? Okay. And do you have any money in the bank?
Right now, no. I in 8 days, hard days dead, and pretty much terminally ill right now.
You're what?
I'm pretty much terminally ill. I need to stay in. I can't leave my house for the next 6 to 10 days. So, irregardless, I'm just gonna go to doctor visits and stuff like that. But I have a shattered vertebrae.
Okay. On the okay, I can't understand.
I think that he was saying that he's got serious medical issues.
Right, I know that, but he said other things that I didn't understand. So in terms of the house arrest, the GPS, I'm also going to make it at that level that he can leave the home to attend any doctor's visits, medical visits, okay? And waive fees, all right? All right, good luck.
Thank you.
15 and 5. 15, 5. Count 1 plus 5. Count 2. All right. Okay. Others on Ward D? This is it?
Yes,
Okay.
Your Honor, there,
Okay.
I believe
It's one more judge, but
I'll bring the iPad to the other person. So raise your hand on Zoom when you're ready.
All right. Moving on to page 5, Adrian Lang.
All right, so you got
Mr. Lang, come on.
Lang. Okay. First offense, it looks like
No, Judge, he's from Jacksonville and he's got priors out of county.
it's local, he isn't. Mr. Lang?
Yes, ma'am.
Right, good morning, sir. You're here before the court. It's alleged that you committed the offense of theft in the 3rd degree. at June 29th at a Target located at 8350 South Dixie Highway.
Yes, ma'am.
Appointing the Public Defender's Office to represent you. We're here to address your bond status. He's from Jacksonville. How long you been in Miami, in Dade County?
2 days.
Days. All right.
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
well, standard bond 2,500 with a stay away order. If you're able to post the bond, you can't go anywhere near that target, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Look, Dylan, or Diane Miguel Alonso.
That's the bond out, Your Honor.
Timothy Pius. Mr. Pies appears to be out on felony bond in case number F24-12488. This is substance abuse case, drug case. All right, Mr. Pies, you're here before the court on the following charges, sir. It's alleged you committed the offense of possession of a suspect crystal meth and one kind of possession of drug paraphernalia with intent to use. Appointed the Public Defender's Office to represent you.
Yes.
Okay, you're out, like I said, you're out on felony bond, so you're gonna have a hold in that case until you go before the division judge. So I'm gonna set let me just see here. So the driver was a co-defendant of this vehicle. Any argument on this case?
We would be willing to consider a reduced bond. In this case, Mr. Pies is indigent and homeless as well. These are non-violent offenses.
Well, he's out on bond on something very similar. Let's see here. And it looks like he's got, let me see, 142. This is an arson case. The other one. Okay. Okay. All right, I'm gonna set bond 2,500 count 1 and count 2. I'm gonna set it $500. Patrick Morrow. Bond out, did you say?
Bond out, Judge.
Thank you. Page 6, Luciano Zarate.
If I could have assistance from the interpreter, if the interpreter could please ask the alleged victim to raise their hand on Zoom. I know they're logged on, but there's a lot of iPhones.
Your Honor, Mr. Sarada needs the Spanish interpreter, please.
Yes. Okay.
The interpreter's present, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Sarate, you're here before the court. It's alleged that you committed the offense of strong arm robbery and tampering with a victim, or conspiracy to tamper with a victim or witness. The alleged victim in this case, the person by the name of Maria Gonzalez Dominguez.
González Domínguez, ok. Buenos días, señor Zárate. Usted se encuentra arrestado el día de hoy bajo cargos de un robo forzoso, también por tratar de manipular a la víctima o testigo. El nombre de la víctima es María González Domínguez.
So I know she's here on Zoom, but I don't know which iPhone she is. Can you ask her to raise her hand on Zoom?
Yes. Yo sé que ella está presente en la plataforma de Zoom, pero no sé cuál de los iPhones sea. Por favor, señora, levante su mano para ser promovida. I just asked her to raise her hand. Okay. What is her name again?
Maria.
Maria Gonzalez Dominguez.
Señora María González Domínguez, por favor, levante la mano en Zoom.
All right. This is a husband-wife domestic dispute.
Okay, hold on. I think she's raising her hand. Give me a second.
Okay. Esto se trata de una disputa entre esposo y esposa.
Can you tell her to accept the promotion to a panelist?
Por favor, señora, acepte la invitación de promoción a panelista.
So can you please unmute and turn it?
Por favor, encienda su cámara y su micrófono. Buenos días.
Buenos días.
Good morning.
Sí, good morning.
Okay, are you Maria Gonzalez Dominguez?
Sí.
Señora, ¿es usted María González Domínguez?
Sí.
Yes.
How are you related to Mr. Luciano Zarate?
¿Cuál es su parentesco con el señor Luciano Zárate?
Sí, soy esposa.
Yes, I am his wife.
Ma'am, do you swear to say the truth and nothing but the truth?
¿Jura decir la verdad y nada más que la verdad?
Sí.
Yes.
What is it that you want to tell the court today, ma'am?
¿Qué quería decirle usted a la corte el día de hoy, señora?
Sí, que quería que sacara la restricción porque él es esposo mío y vive conmigo hace más de 20 años. Solamente.
Un momento, por favor. Yes, I would like to say that I would like the restriction to be lifted. He's my husband and we have lived together for 20 years.
Okay, you're the alleged victim in a strong arm robbery case.
Usted es la víctima en el caso de robo forzoso.
Sí, yo soy María Elisa González.
Yes, I am María Elisa González.
Are you afraid of Mr. Zarate?
¿Usted le tiene miedo al señor Zárate?
No.
No.
So you want him to come back home?
¿Usted quiere que él regrese a casa?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, so there's an arrest affidavit. Have you contacted the state of Florida? Is it that you don't wish to proceed with this case?
Bien, hay un formulario de arresto. Usted contactó al estado de la Florida. ¿Es porque usted no quiere seguir adelante con el caso?
Sí.
Yes.
Yes, you don't want to, or yes, I don't understand what you're saying.
Sí, que no quiere o sí que no entiendo a qué se refiere.
No quiero seguir con él. Quiero sacar los cargos. No
I
quiero
don't
seguir
want
con
to
el caso.
I don't want to continue with it. I want to withdraw the charges. ¿Qué dijo de la casa, señora?
Que no quiero que quiero sacar los cargos, que no quiero seguir con el caso.
Okay. Yes, that I want to withdraw the charges and I don't want to continue with the case.
Jay, do you have any questions of this?
Fiscalía, ¿tienen alguna pregunta para ella?
No questions.
No tenemos preguntas.
Yeah, I just want to tell you, Ms. Dominguez, that the decision of whether to proceed or not with these charges is going to be up to the state of Florida, not to you. Okay?
Bien, señora Domínguez, quiero decirle que la decisión de seguir adelante con los cargos o no es cuestión de la Fiscalía del Estado, no queda en sus manos.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. All right, and I will note also that the arrest affidavit says that you called 911 because you said you were in fear of your husband when this was taking place.
También quiero anotar y decir que usted en el formulario de arresto dice que usted llamó al 911 diciendo que estaba ocurriendo este robo forzoso y que usted le temía a su esposo.
No, yo llamé diciendo que él estaba hablando en voz alta y que yo necesitaba que vinieran.
Okay. No, I called saying that he was speaking in a higher tone of voice and that I needed them to come.
All right. What I'm gonna do is, I'm going to paint, there's a finding of probable cause as per the affidavit, as to both counts.
But there may be an issue on.
Encuentro motivos fundados por el affidavit con respecto a ambos cargos.
I'm sorry, you were saying, Ms.
There may be a PC issue on 2. I think there's PC on 1.
On count 1.
I'm sorry, interpreter couldn't hear
So there
correct.
may be a PC issue on count 2 because it doesn't look like there was a crime committed before he tried to take away the phone.
Okay. Puede haber cierto problema con el cargo 2 con respecto a motivo fundado, ya que no había ocurrido un delito antes de que se le robara el teléfono.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to do the following. I'm going to set standard bond on count 1, 7,500. Count 2 will be ROR. Okay.
Bien, haré lo siguiente. En el cargo número 1 se le da una fianza estándar de $7,500. En el cargo número 2 se le va a dar libertad bajo palabra.
Part of the conditions of his release is that he's going to be able to have contact with the alleged victim. However, he is prohibited from being physically threatening or violent towards her in any way whatsoever. Do you understand that, Mr. Zarate?
Bien, como condiciones de liberación, va a tener, puede tener contacto con la víctima, mas no puede ser de tipo violento ni amenazante. ¿Entiende, señor Zárate?
Sí, señora.
Yes, ma'am.
Good luck to you.
Buena suerte. Hasta luego.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Bye.
Judge, the next offender we have is Mr. Andre Williams on page 10. He has to go to DV court.
Page 10. Andre Williams. Let's look for the paperwork. Hold on.
So I know the nutrition scan is but it is the house. Still an appointment for it.
Your Honor, are we proceeding with Mr. Garcia in Ward D right now?
I was told to call Mr. Andre Williams, and I'm looking for the paperwork, and then whoever it is, I see a gentleman now from Ward D, so let's address Mr. Williams first. Okay, Mr. Williams, you're before the court, sir, because it's alleged you committed 2 counts of retail theft and the felony amount, and 1 count of petty theft with a previous conviction, which is a misdemeanor. Appointing the public defender's office to represent you. Does he have, it looks like he has an open case.
He's got 2 open misdemeanor thefts and also a DV warrant. There's a conviction for petty theft from January.
Any arguments with regards to probable cause? Here, one here. No. It doesn't seem like. All right, I'm setting bond on counts 1 and 2 at $2,500 and count 3 at $500 with a stay away order. It's important for you to understand, Mr. Williams, that part of the conditions of your release is you can't go near the Hollister located at 7535 North Kendall Drive, okay?
No.
All right, Ward D, who is he?
This is Roberto Garcia Corrections.
Roberto Garcia.
Yes.
Page number?
14.
14, okay. Do this.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Hold on a second, let me get your paperwork, okay? Garcia, Roberto. Here we go. Okay, Mr. Garcia, you speak English?
Yes, I do, ma'am.
You are accused of having committed the offense of battery on a person 65 age or older, which is battery on the elderly, 3rd-degree felony. Alleged victim is a person by the name of Marta Ham, H-A-H. Okay, I've appointed the public defender's office to represent you. So I'm gonna take a look at the arrest affidavit to address your bond, right?
Corrections, payment for ETOA withdrawal, and case of the Marlene cities and parties trip is in transition.
You have any victims on this case?
No, Judge, I don't believe any.
He had a little breakout tachycardia this morning, was like 170, not sustained. So maybe the doctor, see how it does all that.
All right.
Oh, thank you.
All right. Okay, I believe this affidavit, there's probable cause, sir. So I'm setting bond at $5,000 with a state. That means that if you are released, you cannot have any contact, direct or indirect with the alleged victim in the case, who is Marta H-A-H-M, with a date of birth of February 22nd, 1960. You have to stay at least 500 feet away from her. Can't contact her directly or indirectly. You understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
Back on the calendar. We left it on, which one do you have there? Yes, on Osman Guzman Sarabia on page 6. This is Mr. Guzman.
Spanish interpreter required, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Guzman, you are before the court. It's alleged that you committed the offense of grand theft of an automobile.
Buenos días, señor Guzmán. Se alega que usted cometió el delito de un robo mayor de un vehículo.
He may qualify for pretrial.
Appointed the public defender's office to represent him. How long have you lived in Dade County, sir?
Se le nombra un abogado de oficio que le represente. ¿Cuánto hace que vive en el condado de Miami-Dade?
25, 26 años.
25 to 26 years.
Okay, I'm going to find probable cause. I'm going to refer you to pretrial services, sir. Alternate bond $2,500, okay?
Bien, señor, le van a dar un referido a los servicios previo a juicio y se impone una fianza alternativa de $2,500. Eso es todo, señor.
Enrique, all English. English, correct? English?
Yeah, hablo español.
¿Hablas español?
Sí, hablo español.
Spanish interpreter required, Your Honor.
The interpreter is present.
Ruzan, good morning. You are before the court. It's alleged that you committed the offense of battery on a person 65 years of age or older and simple battery on another person.
Okay. Bien, señor, usted se encuentra el día de hoy porque se alega que cometió el delito de agresión física contra una persona mayor de 65 años y una agresión física simple a otra persona.
The alleged victims are Unite Gonzalez and Zoraida Sanchez.
Las presuntas víctimas son Unai González y Zoraida Sánchez.
Okay.
Perdón, señor.
Nothing, Madam Interpreter.
Okay, thank you.
You lived in Dade County.
Señor, ¿usted cuánto hace que vive en el condado de Miami-Dade?
25 años.
25 años. 25 years.
25 years. And for the record here, just answer in English, Your Honor.
25 years.
Just, I have FCIC, NCIC's showing arrests from out of county.
Right. Well, there's PC here. The on count 1, it's going to be $5,000. Count 2, it'll be $500.
Bien, encuentro motivo fundado. En el cargo 1, $5,000 de fianza. Cargo 2, $500 de fianza.
If he's able to post the bond, he cannot have any contact, direct or indirect, in the state and have and must stay at least 500 feet away from each of these victims, Ms. Yonaiki Gonzalez and Zoraida Sanchez.
Si él llega a pagar la fianza, no
no
puede
puede
tener contacto con ninguna de las víctimas, Unique González ni Zoraida Sánchez, y debe de permanecer a 500 pies de distancia de ellas y no puede tener contacto ni directo ni indirecto con ninguna de ellas.
Luck, sir.
Buena suerte, señora. Hasta luego.
Thomas Gibson, bottom of page 6. Mr. Gibson?
Mr. Gibson? English, correct?
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Gibson, it's alleged that you've committed the offense of possession of cannabis more than 20 grams, amount which is a felony. And let's see here.
So I see no criminal history, but the address on the A form is Lake Park, Florida. No objection to reducing the bond.
Where do you live? Where are you from, Mr. Gibson?
Miami.
Yeah. Where do you live?
In Miami.
Okay. Do you have an address in Miami?
Yeah.
And what is the address?
1247 Northwest 77th Terrace.
Home or an apartment?
Duplex.
Okay. How long have you lived there?
2 years.
2 years. Who lives at 712 Northern Drive in Lake Park, Florida?
That's my old address on my license.
It never changed it is. Okay. But you've lived 2 years in Dade County?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have a name that you can give and a telephone number for somebody that can confirm that?
I don't know their number, ma'am.
This is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna refer you to pretrial services, but the alternate bond is going to be $1,000, okay? On count
Would you want to do $1 on count 2?
$1, yes.
Okay.
Okay, so it's $1,000 and $1, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
No, let's make it 500 on count 1 and $1 on count 2, okay?
Thank you.
Alternate for Travis.
We did Daniel Collins or not? No, Daniel Collins, top of page 7. Is it Mr. Collins?
Mr. Daniel Collins.
How you doing?
Good afternoon. Well, actually,
Good
sir, you're charged with having committed the offense of possession of a firearm or weapon with ammunition by a convicted felon, which is a second-degree felony. I've appointed the public defender's office to represent you, and I'm going to be taking a look at the arrest affidavit to determine your bond status. How long have you been in Dade County?
Since yesterday, like a day.
And so you're from New York?
Yeah.
Okay. Standard bond $7,500.
Judge, the state's requesting an increased bond in that the defendant has no local ties. According to the arrest affidavit, the defendant has a violent criminal past, including a felony conviction from New York City. I'm looking at his FCIC, NCICs. It looks like he was released from prison last year, and that crime also involves a firearm. State's request is $25,000.
What is his conviction in that he was just released last year for?
Grabbing.
Hold on.
It says criminal possession weapon -2, loaded firearm other than a person's home or business. It was a conviction. It says term 2 years, post-release supervision 2 years. And I see a release date in 24.
Released from prison in 24, but he has probation, is what you're saying?
Right, it says
he may
parole. He may be on parole because it says 1826. And then it says parole discharge 1825. So he may have gotten off of parole in January.
Hmm. Said bonded $15,000. Good luck, sir. Kevin Juca?
Abraham?
No, Kevin.
No, Kevin.
Hookah. Okay,
Kevin.
What's your last name?
Yeah.
Hookah?
Yes.
Do you speak English? I think you do.
Yes.
Okay, all right, Mr. Hookah, you're here before the court. It's alleged that you committed burglary of an occupied dwelling located at 7212 West 4th Avenue, apartment 108 on June 29th. Alleged victim is Luz Lázaro. All right, I've appointed the public defender's office to represent you, sir. Let me take a look at the arrest affidavit.
Incident happened at 3:20 in the morning. I see a Hialeah address, but he's got a New York driver's license.
Do you have anything else out of New York or Madam State?
Let's see. So there was a DUI conviction in 22.
You can't stand up in here.
Where do you live? You live, it looks like he lives in the same building except on another floor.
And y'all gotta keep the noise down.
All right, I'm setting bond at $7,500 and with a stay away order. Mr. Hookah, if you're able to post your bond, you cannot have any contact, direct or indirect. You have to stay at least 500 feet away from Luz Lázaro, who is the person that lives in unit 108 on the first floor. Do you understand that?
Yes.
If not, you're going to be in violation of the terms of release. Good luck to you, sir.
You can get up.
I'm sorry? Abraham Benavides?
Ma'am.
Is that you? Do you speak English?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Ms. Benavides, it looks here that you're accused of having committed the offense of possession of cocaine and drug paraphernalia with intent to use. Does he have anything,
Nothing opened. He may qualify for pretrial.
where do you live?
Right now I was living in my car, making
Fantastic.
one divorce, but I have my dad's address.
You have your dad's address. Do you live with your dad?
Yeah, occasionally.
You who?
Occasionally.
Occasionally, okay. Well, no, okay. All right, I don't know that if he doesn't have an address, what about tap? Tap? Okay, so let's do tap. Alternate bond, count 1, 2,500, count 2, $1. Okay, what's the return date on tap?
July 30th.
July 30th. And he'll be given that information? I hope. So he knows where to come back, yeah? Before he's released? Okay, got it. Okay, good luck. Joel Jimenez? This is a warrant. Is this Mr. Jimenez?
Spanish interpreter required. Your Honor.
The interpreter is present, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Jimenez. But
Buenos días, señor Jiménez.
we're here because there's a warrant, apparently you've been picked up on it, which alleges that you committed the offense of grand theft.
Bien, señor Jiménez, usted se encuentra aquí ya que se emitió una orden de captura porque se alega que cometió un robo en mayor cuantía.
A grand theft cargo of more than $50,000, alleging it's a first-degree felony.
Es un robo mayor de cargo, mayor de $50,000, un delito mayor de primer grado.
The bond pursuant to this warrant is $100,000 with Nebbia.
De acuerdo a este cargo y a esta orden de arresto, la fianza monetaria es de $100,000 con un requisito Nebbia.
Has everybody had an opportunity to review the warrant? State Defense?
Todos han tenido la oportunidad de revisar la orden de arresto, Estado, Defensa.
Okay, this alleges that there was a tractor and trailer containing $2.5 million worth of assorted merchandise, liquor, clothing, jewelry, and consumables detained or destined for a cruise ship was reportedly stolen.
Okay. De acuerdo al formulario de arresto, se trataba de un tractor con un trailer que contenía 2,5 millones de mercancía valorada en 2,5 millones de mercancía de licor, ropa, joyas, todo destinado a un crucero.
Pero yo no sé si el resto de
Don't make any comments, sir. Everything's being recorded.
No haga ningún comentario ya que todo se está grabando.
And then there's obviously cell phone billing records, et cetera, tracing this defendant to the theft of that car.
Y también existen archivos, recibos de teléfono, lo cuales lo conectan con ese robo de ese cargo.
Let me ask you something. Where do you live, sir?
Señor, ¿dónde vive?
En Homestead,
En Homestead.
An address?
Diga la dirección, por favor.
9510 Lisa Road.
9510 Lisa Road.
That's in Homestead or Cutler Bay?
¿Eso queda en Homestead o en Cutler Bay?
Cutler Bay.
Cutler Bay.
How long have you lived there?
¿Cuánto hace que vive ahí?
No, yo me fui de ahí, no estoy viviendo ahí.
No, I left that place. I'm not living there.
¿Dónde vives ahora?
Ahora vivo cerca ahí.
And right now I live close by over there.
Do you own a home, sir?
Señor, ¿usted es dueño de una casa?
No.
No.
Own any property?
¿Dueño de propiedad?
No.
No.
Business?
¿Negocio?
No.
No.
Automobiles?
¿Automóviles?
No.
No.
Have any money in the bank?
¿Tiene dinero en el banco?
No.
No.
You work?
¿Trabaja?
No, yo estaba para Cuba y regresé y ahí me arrestaron en el aeropuerto ayer.
No, I was in Cuba. I returned and I was arrested at the airport.
So where do you live now, sir?
Entonces, ¿dónde está viviendo ahora, señor?
No, yo acabo de llegar. Yo no he llegado a la casa todavía.
No, I just arrived. I haven't arrived home yet.
Oh, so where is the house that you're going to arrive to located at?
¿Dónde queda la casa a la cual usted va a llegar?
En la 200. En un apartamento.
It's on 200 at an apartment.
And how do you pay for that apartment?
¿Cómo hace para pagar el apartamento?
Bueno, trabajando en la construcción.
Well, working in construction.
So you work in construction?
O sea que trabaja en construcción.
Yes.
Sí. Responda sí o no, señor.
Sí.
Yes.
How much did you earn last year?
¿Cuánto ganó el año pasado?
Ah, no, no recuerdo.
Oh, I don't recall.
Okay. All right. State.
We're
And-
requesting the bond endorsed on the warrant.
Su señoría, la fiscalía requiere que la fianza se endorse por la orden de captura.
Your Honor, if you would consider that, I do believe Mr. Jimenez is indigent. And this is albeit a serious charge, it's nonviolent in nature, if you would consider a more reasonable bond given his financial circumstances.
Su señoría, aparentemente, él en este momento se encuentra indigente por cuestión de costo. Además, son cargos muy serios y no son cargos violentos. Si puede considerar una fianza rebajada.
His responses to the financial inquiry of the court don't add up. Having court finds probable cause.
Las respuestas a las preguntas financieras que se le han hecho no cuadran y la corte encuentra motivo fundado para el arresto.
Okay, I'm going to set bond at $100,000 with Nevia.
Se fija una fianza de $100,000 con Nevia.
Good luck to you, sir.
Buena suerte, señor.
The next case is John Oscar or Gene Oscar.
Put the bond down, Judge.
Bond out. Is this one? What? Next case is Andres Condo.
Spanish interpreter required, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Condo, my understanding is you are charged or you have you committed the offenses of grand theft in the third degree.
Buenos días, señor Condo. Se alega que usted cometió un robo mayor de tercer grado.
One count of fraudulent use of a credit card of $100 or more.
Uso fraudulento de una tarjeta de crédito de $100 o más.
One count of theft of a credit card.
Un cargo de robo de una tarjeta de crédito.
I've appointed the public defender's office to represent you.
Se le ha nombrado a un abogado de oficio que le represente.
Pues yo.
And they are a stay away order from South Beach Rooms and Hostel.
Y una orden de alejamiento de South Beach Rooms and Hostel.
Located at 236 9th Street in Miami Beach.
Que queda en la 236 9 calle de Miami Beach.
All right. Let me take a look at the arrest affidavit and to determine probable cause and bond. And where do you live?
¿Dónde vive, señor?
En Buenos Aires, Argentina.
En Buenos Aires, Argentina.
Okay. Any argument from either side? Because I'm ready to rule.
¿Hay algún argumento de alguna de las partes? Estoy lista para dar mi dictamen.
The judge.
No, juez.
All right. Doesn't have any ties to Florida. I've reviewed the arrest affidavit, make finding a probable cause. I'm setting bond as follows. Count 1, $2,500. Count 2, $2,500. Count 3, $500. So that's $5,500 in total with a stay away order.
Bien, el revisado el documento de arresto, encuentra motivo fundado, no tiene lazos en el estado. Se le impone fianza 2.500, cargo 1, 2.500, cargo 2, $500, cargo 3, para un total de $5.500 y una orden de alejamiento
From the hotel.
de el hotel.
Very good luck to you, sir.
Buena suerte, señora. Hasta luego.
Everett, on page 8, these are added charges.
Judge, Mr. Everett Jr. was out on house arrest and he picked up this charge.
All right, I'm back.
He's also a VFOX.
Okay.
Only when they call me. Sometimes I sit here and.
Okay, this is Mr. Everett?
Everett is present.
I'm Mr. Everett. You have a new charge of robbery by sudden snatching. It's probably taking place on June 28th. Alleged victim is April Hankerson. Okay, and you were out, you said, on
He was out on house arrest and he picked up this charge.
house arrest. On a battery, was it?
No, correction, the house arrest was on the probation, the F-14 case.
That's correct. And also the misdemeanor, the B25-8955.
So the probation was another robbery. Okay. And attempted murder. Okay. Got it.
Judge, you're gonna place a hold on both those cases?
On both of those cases, yes. So let's put it in here full. F-14, it's 20024.
20024 Alpha.
Alpha, correct. And then the misdemeanor is is that the B25?
Yes, B25-8955.
Okay. Okay, on this one, let's see here.
I do see the alleged victim present.
Boyfriend.
Right, so if the victim wants to talk to the judge, write in the chat. Let us know if you need to speak to the judge. Okay, I'll promote the alleged victim, judge.
Excuse me.
Hey, ma'am.
Hi, how you doing?
Can't see her. Oh, there we go. Are you Miss April Hankerson?
Yes.
Good morning, Miss Hankerson. You're here on the case of Roderick Everett?
Yes, I'm here to speak to you. They told me to get on to let you guys know. It was a misunderstanding. I didn't call the police. I do not want to proceed with charges or anything. It was a misunderstanding.
So how did it, well, never mind. Okay, so I mean, somehow the police got involved. So you didn't
Yes,
call.
someone else called the police. Like we was having a verbal altercation. It was nothing where he hit me physically or did anything to me.
All right, so do you live together? Because it looks like you have a child together, right?
Yes, we have children together.
It says here one child. You have more than one child together?
No, we have one child, but I have a child as well.
So do you live in the same property?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so I think what you're telling me is that you're not afraid of him. I don't want to put words in your mouth. Is that correct?
No, I'm not afraid of him. He don't do anything to harm me.
Okay, and you want to have contact with him, correct?
Yes.
All right, so these are very serious charges and he's got very serious matters pending before the court. So the court is going to find probable cause, but that has nothing to do with what you're telling me. What I'm going to do is I'm going to enter what is called a modified stay away order. And Mr. Everett needs to understand what it means. It says that he's going to be allowed to have contact with you, but he is prohibited from being physically threatening or violent towards you in any manner whatsoever. Understood?
Yes.
Part of the conditions are, again, additional conditions is he cannot engage in any criminal activity. He can't use or possess any illegal drugs. He can't have any guns, weapons, or ammunitions. And if he has any of those, he has to turn them into the police and get a receipt and filed with the court. Let's see what else. He can obviously return to the property because there's a modified stay away order in place. And if you have any kids involved, which you do, then it has to go through the dependency division of the court because they'll likely have some form of investigation as a result of this incident. Okay?
Yes.
Okay, so what I'm going to do in this is I find PC, I'm setting bond at $5,000 with a modified stay away order.
But he does have that hold. He's gonna see his judge tomorrow. Don't spend the money on the bond until he talks to his judge, because he may not be able to get released.
He has a hold on 2 cases. All right? Okay, good luck.
So, oh, okay.
All right, next case, Antonio Perez Ricano.
Spanish or English?
Español.
Spanish interpreter required, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, good morning, Mr. Ricano, Perez Ricano.
Buenos días, señor Pérez.
Because you're accused of committing the offense of burglary of an unoccupied conveyance. Vehicle.
Okay. Buenos días, señor Pérez. Se le acusa de un allanamiento a un vehículo desocupado.
Okay, I don't have a stay away order. This is
Judge, this is the case with the alleged victim, if Your Honor could prepare one.
okay. Oh, the same one.
Yes.
Felipe Andreu. Got it. Okay. Okay, all right. Let's just see here. Where do you live, sir?
¿Dónde está viviendo, señor?
In my house, like 1160 Southwest, 102 Avenida, Miami, Florida 33174.
I'm living at my house. It's at 1160 West, 102nd Avenue, Hialeah, Miami, Florida 33174.
You work?
¿Está trabajando?
Yeah, I'm electric. Soy electricidad. Bueno.
Yes, electricity, pardon me.
Who do you work for?
¿Para quién trabaja, señor?
Bueno, la compañía se llama Royal Group.
Well, the company's name is Royal Group.
And how long have you worked for Royal Group?
¿Cuánto hace que trabaja para Royal Group?
8 meses.
8 months.
Who lives at 355 West 68th Street in Hialeah?
I'm sorry, Honor, what is the address?
3355 West 68th Street.
Ya, pero cuando vine para Estados Unidos.
¿Quién vive en la 3355 West 68 calle de Hialeah?
Es mi última, la dirección antes de nosotros comprar la casa.
That is my last, it's the address before we purchased the house.
So you own a home?
O sea,
No,
que
my
es
mom.
dueño de una casa.
My mom.
My mom.
Oh, okay.
A su mamá.
Money in the bank?
¿Tiene dinero en el banco?
Conjunto con mi esposa, sí.
With my wife, yes.
How much?
¿Cuánto?
Not sure.
Not sure.
Not sure. Okay. You speak English?
Habla inglés.
So.
So. Okay.
This is my way, right?
With the electricity.
I'm sorry, Honor, I couldn't hear your question.
Earn working with the electricity.
¿Cuánto dinero gana trabajando en electricidad, señor?
Estoy de ayudante ahora, estoy como 600 por ahí.
I'm a helper right now, around 600, somewhere around that.
Under what? How often?
600 que cada cuánto
Que la semana.
per week.
So how much did you make last year?
¿Cuánto ganó el año pasado?
El año pasado no estaba trabajando con ese señor. Empecé a trabajar en noviembre por ahí.
I wasn't working with that gentleman last year. I just started working there like around November.
Me pagan cash.
They pay me in cash.
Okay. Oh, okay. All right. $2,500 standard bond with a stay away order. All right.
$2,500 estándar con orden de alejamiento.
To post the bond, sir, you cannot go anywhere.
I'm sorry, and I can't hear what you're saying. He's talking at the same time.
I know. You ready? I gotta read you this. It's really
Señor,
important.
¿está listo? Tengo que leerle esto.
Sí, dígame.
Yes, go ahead.
You have, what are the conditions of your release? If you're able to post the bond, you are to stay away from the alleged victim in the case, who is Maritere Andreu.
Bien, si usted es liberado pagando fianza, debe de permanecer alejado de la víctima Maritere Andreu.
Ahead of you understands English. All right. So and also you got to stay away from the address of 121 3rd Court in Miami. You got that?
Okay.
There you go. All right.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I apologize. Interpreter couldn't hear the address and he answered.
He speaks perfect English.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
Serrano?
All right.
Serrano?
Yeah, look, Salon. English is perfect. How you doing, Mel?
Speak English. Perfect. All right. I'm doing fine. All right, sir, before the court because it's alleged you committed 1 count of possession of crack cocaine and 1 count of possession with intent to use drug paraphernalia. Okay, let's see what you got here. He's got a report coming up on a trespass after warning. And let's see, does he have anything?
So he's got the open misdemeanor, and I see it looks like misdemeanor convictions for trespass from this year, the most recent being from June 16th.
For?
Trespass.
Trespass, okay. So where do you live?
Right now? Homeless.
Homeless, okay.
Homeless right now.
Okay, great. Well, Cap?
It's overstates objection based upon the recent convictions and open case.
What is he out on in the trespass?
I don't know. Corrections, do you have that information?
No, it's nothing on a jail card, Judge.
Nothing? Because it just says report, and that may not have been filed, B25-13103.
It's an open case, but he doesn't have any warrants on it.
Okay. All right, so maybe just one of those forms through here, right? All right, I'm gonna set bond on count 1 at $100 and count 2 $1.
Your Honor, would you consider Chap as well? I know the state had an objection, but his priors are violent.
I don't know if they'll take him. He's homeless. I asked them and they said, so I'm now getting a yes. Okay, so we'll do this. Let's do Tap. He's got, and there was no response as to the misdemeanor. It doesn't look like he has any open warrants. Tap. And you don't need an alternate bond for that, correct?
You do.
The alternate bond is what I stated, count 1 $100 and count 2 $1. Okay.
If we could give him notice of his next court date, I believe it's going to be July 30th in front of Judge Cabarga, courtroom 3-2.
You got that, Mr. Serrano?
It was gonna go on.
Okay, listen to me. July. You have to be back July 30th
Okay.
in court. Okay.
Okay. So I'm getting released today.
All right. Oral notice. I'm gonna put it on here. All right, good luck, sir. Johnny Hooks.
All right. Appreciate it.
Come back. Hooks. Right. Johnny Hooks.
Mr. Hooks?
Okay, Mr. Hooks, you are before the court, sir, because it's alleged that you committed the following offenses. 1 count of aggravated battery with a deadly weapon, 1 count of possession of a controlled substance, plus or minus 1 gram of crack cocaine. What? 1 count of criminal mischief, $1,000 or more. And let's see here, another count of criminal mischief with 1 or more convictions. 1 count of possession of cannabis, plus or minus 8 grams of suspect cannabis, and resisting an officer without violence to his person. So I'm going to, I have appointed the public defender's office to represent you, sir. I'm going to be looking at the arrest affidavit to see if there's probable cause and to address your bond status. By the way, the alleged victims in these charges are a Christian Rosado, an Olga Saint Martin Mejia, and a Celia Ayala. Okay, let's see here. Let me see here. This is the only open case.
Yes.
And let's see the last one. 2023. It looks like. Okay. All right.
In terms of issues, the only thing I saw, no amount of damage for the criminal mischief.
Okay. The cinder block was the deadly weapon?
Yes.
No history of mental illness or referrals? All right. Okay. All right. Bond on count 1, $7,500. Count 2, $1,000. Count 3, $250. Count 4, $1,000. Count 5, $1. Count 6, $1. Okay, and stay away orders. You can't have any contact with any of these people that I mentioned to you, direct or indirect. You have to stay at least 500 feet away from them. Do you understand that, sir?
Do you understand?
Yeah, no, excuse me, hold on, I need to call Luke.
Not the moment.
What? You cannot have any contact.
My ID and everything, my game, man. Everything was for my puppy, so I'm just here in jail, and I don't know none of my puppy.
Okay. Johnny Hooks. Mr. Hook, who are you?
Your Honor, Mr.
Washington.
Mr. Hooks stepped out.
Hooks already? Oh, I just did that.
We did Mr. Hooks already, Judge.
All right, this is Travis Washington, yes?
Yes, how you doing, Judge?
Thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Washington, you're here before the court because it's alleged that you committed the offense of grand theft of a firearm. Let's see here, possession of a firearm or a weapon with ammunition by a convicted felon, and 1 count of attempted tampering with physical evidence. I've appointed the public defender's office to represent you. Let's see here. Okay. All right. All right, I'm setting, I find probable cause for all counts. I'm gonna set bond on count 1 at 2,500, count 2, 7,500, count 3, 2,500. Good luck, sir. Jose Velasquez?
Come on. Spanish? English?
Is this Mr. Velasquez? Does he need an interpreter?
No, Your Honor, he speaks English.
Mr. Velasquez, you are here because it's alleged that you committed the offense of aggravated battery of a pregnant woman. 1 count of strong arm robbery and 1 count of attempted strong arm robbery. The alleged victim is one by the name of Uno George. I've appointed the public defender's office to represent you. Let me take a look at this arrest affidavit to see what your bond situation is. He had a prior, it looks like, bad on a pregnant woman, which was not prosecuted, pretrial services just recently. Is that correct? In June 4th of 2025, that got null prost?
Yes, he completed the pretrial intervention program.
Okay. All right. Take a look. No, okay, so it's the same victim. It says it right here. Boyfriend, girlfriend. State and defense, any arguments?
No, Judge.
Did you work there?
Your Honor, would you be willing to pass this until the end of calendar? Possibly we can reach out to the alleged victim.
We can, I'll make my findings, and then if the victim is present, certainly we can readdress it. I don't have a problem. I can pass it, but I'd like to dispose of it, at least preliminarily. Do you work, Mr. Velasquez?
Yes,
What do you do for a living, sir?
I work with a freight forwarding company. I'm a logistics coordinator.
It's a full-time job?
Yes, ma'am.
Name of the place you work for?
The company? Rev Code, REVCOLD,
Okay.
Rev Code Transport.
And you've worked how long?
With them for about 2 years and a half, more than that.
Okay. And you live where?
My current address right now is 9116 Grand Canal Drive, zip code 33174.
How long have you lived there?
For 4 years now.
How much did you earn last year?
Salary wise, I can't remember, probably like 36, somewhere around there, 40K, 36 to 40K. 30.
Did you file a tax return?
No, I haven't like
And the year before, how much did you make?
34K.
Okay. All right, on this case, given the gravity of the circumstances and the fact that he just completed a pretrial services, it appears with the same alleged victim, the court's gonna set bond, and again, we can pass this for the end. 7,500 count one, count two, 7,500, count three, $5,000. With a stay away order, can't have any contact, direct or indirect, with the alleged victim in the case until further order of the court. He can retrieve the items, if he has any personal items, in the home within 48 hours after his release with a law enforcement officer and any children, which at least it looks like she was pregnant last time and she's pregnant this time. So there probably is a child. He'll have to have contact through the dependency division or provide access to that.
Judge, it's 4 counts.
Count 4.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, it's the first one, first and second. Okay. So there's gonna be count 1, 2, and 3 is 7,500. That's where I missed it. And then count 4 is 5,000. Okay. Thank you for pointing that out. With regards to, I was gonna say, oh, this guy's GPS level 3, if he's released, plus, yes, so he can go to work. Yes, plus, this is plus and waive costs, okay? All right, and we can put it toward the end.
Just regardless, the state is gonna request a stay away order.
On which one?
On this case.
I did.
So even if the victim comes, the state still wants a stay away order.
I put it in there and I said, if she goes up and wants to change it, then we can address it, but there's a stay away order in place, okay? William Reed. And is this Mr. Reed?
Yes,
Yes.
Mr. Reed is present.
Before the court, it's alleged that you committed the offense of aggravated battery with great bodily harm or using weapon or firearm, which it looks like first degree felonies. Yes, so it's put here. Let's see. Alleged victim is Idel Tabarera, and this supposedly they also want to stay order. The state does from BT's Gentlemen's Club, located at 5922 Highway. Let me take a look at the arrest affidavit. Let's see here.
Unless I missed something, I think it should be an aggravated assault with a firearm.
Oh, okay, I haven't read it yet, but it's on the A form, it reads aggravated battery, okay? Does he have a? Wait a minute, because I'm looking here, does he?
Got nothing, actually, he has a traffic bench warrant. Did he see the judge yet, corrections?
Saw the judge, he was given a dollar bond on the MI-7E, given an RRR on the GGE and the G5E.
He had a $3,500 bench warrant on that one, $1, okay. All right. There's been several contacts, Agbat, robbery, but there have all been no action. Okay, let me take a look at the A form. It is an aggravated assault with a firearm. All right. Setting bond at $7,500 with a stay away order. Mr. Reed, if you're able to post a bond, sir, you cannot have any contact, direct or indirect, with Adele Cabrera, and you can't go anywhere near this gentleman's club located at 5922 South Dixie Highway. You understand that? Okay.
This.
Andre, we did Andre Williams. Michael Gordon, page 11. Mr. Gordon?
Yeah.
Okay.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. Yep, you're still here. You're before the court. It's alleged that you committed the offense of possession with, no, it's sale of crack cocaine, 2 counts. 1 count of possession of crack cocaine and 1 count of sale of crack cocaine within 1,000 feet of a church or convenience store. Appointed the public defender's office to represent you. Let's take a look at the EA form and see what your priors are. State defense.
So Judge, a couple things. It looks like there were 2 buyers and then they charged him for his stash. I don't know if those buyers were actually stopped, and then the possession is a lesser of the possession with intent. So maybe Your Honor can take all that into account when setting the bond.
Defense?
No argument, Your Honor.
I'm sorry?
No argument, Your Honor.
All right. I'm setting bond on count 1 and 2 at $2,500. Count 3 at $2,500. And count 4 is going to be $7,500. And that's going to be possession with intent to sell the fourth count. Okay. All right. Boris Capinos.
Bond out.
O'Shane Quigley. This is Mr. Quigley.
Yes, ma'am.
Quigley, before the court, it's alleged that you committed the offense of domestic battery by strangulation. The alleged victim being is Zayari Houston. I have appointed the public defender's office to represent you, sir. Let me take a look at the A form so I can address your bond status.
Yes, ma'am.
Any victim present, Madam State?
I don't believe so.
They have a child in common. Do you work? Mr. Quigley?
You work.
Yeah, I work at Lowe's.
You work at Lowe's?
Yeah, Lowe's, home improvement,
Okay, yeah, I know what Lowe's is. How long have you worked at Lowe's?
for a year.
And where do you live, sir?
In Homestead, Florida.
It's at 27077 South Dixie Highway.
Yes, ma'am.
And how long have you lived there?
For less than 2 months. Probably like a month and 2 weeks. Okay. You're welcome. That's what I was wondering, how they're gonna like contact.
All right, sir, I find probable cause. I'm going to assess bond at $5,000 with a stay away order and a GPS level. Now, let me ask you something, madam.
You've got no criminal history, Judge.
I understand that, but this is,
Okay.
the level 3 allows it's roaming.
Level 3 is roaming.
Your Honor, I
He
understand.
was work, school, doctor's appointments, meetings, a lawyer, court. And level 1's locked down.
Your Honor, and I do understand we're addressing bonds of the case. But if we could pass it till the end of calendar as well, I believe the alleged victim would like to appear on the Zoom as well.
It's already noon, and again, if they get here before the end of the calendar, but this is, it's pretty straightforward. I'm going to, again, assess bond at $5,000 with a stay away order. Sir, part of the conditions of your release are that you not have any contact, direct or indirect, with Ms. Houston. Okay, that means no in-person contact and writing by phone, by pager, or through third persons. You have to stay at least 500 feet away from her. Okay, you cannot use or possess or carry any firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. And if you have any, you have to surrender them to the police agency and get a receipt. And follow with the court. Cannot use or possess any illegal drugs or engage in any criminal activity. If you have to return to the residence, you can do so to pick up your personal belongings within 48 hours of your release and with a law enforcement officer. You also, I see that you have a child in common, you're gonna have to do that through the dependency division of our courts, okay? Good luck.
Judge, did you give him GPS plus bond?
Yes, plus level 3 wave plus. Okay, they don't? Okay, all right, good, okay. Reynaldo Cardenas? I didn't know. All right.
Oh.
Good.
Madam Clerk, can you call corrections, please?
Fernando Cardenas.
Mr. Cardenas is out on felony bond F257313.
Okay. That's on an aggravated battery on an elderly.
Fernando, Español?
English is fine.
English is fine.
All right, Mr. Cardenas, you're here before the court on the charges of battery on an emergency medical care provider and aggravated battery on a person 65 years of age or older.
Yes, ma'am.
Señor Cárdenas, ¿habla inglés?
He speaks English, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, the alleged victims in this case are Wellington Vasquez and Alberto Medina, okay? He is out on bond on another, it looks like battery on the elderly. No, battery on a Leo. Okay.
I didn't see any age not aggravated count two.
Moving to my mom.
I didn't see an age either.
So it would be a battery on count two.
Well, let me just see which one is which. Let's see here. Who's because they had lacerations. It's not a simple battery. Left eye.
We don't know yet the extent of the injury.
Well, it's on the A form, it says bruising and laceration over the, so there's a laceration. I don't see what the ones with regards to the second victim. Okay. All right, so there's probable cause as to battery on the emergency medical care provider, which is a third-degree felony. The second count, the aggravated battery on a person over the age of 65, or there's no PC as to those charges. But yes, battery, simple battery, one. Okay, so the count, the bond is going to be set on count one at $5,000 and count two at $1,000 with a stay away order. In addition to the hold, listen very carefully, Mr. Cardenas, if you are able to post bond and resolve the hold that you have on the other felony case, you cannot have, part of the conditions of your releases, you cannot have any contact, direct or indirect, with both Mr. Alberto Medina and Mr. Wellington Vasquez. You have to stay at least 500 feet away from them. No direct or indirect contact. That means you have to stay with no pager phone or through third person. So you have to stay at least 500 feet away from them, their home or place of employment. Understood?
Yes.
All right, good luck to you, sir. Tommy Chavez. Is this a refusal on Chavez?
You refused yesterday. Corrections, is he here today? Yes.
He's here, Judge.
Chavez, okay. Mr. Chavez, you're here before the court because it's alleged that you committed the offenses of retail theft with prior convictions. Why, this is wrong. It says F2? No. Hold on.
Your Honor, does he need this Spanish language interpreter?
He needs an interpreter?
No, Your Honor, he speaks English.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Mr. Chavez, this incident supposedly occurred at Target, located at 21265 Biscayne Boulevard in Aventura, and one of the conditions of your release is going to be the state is asking for a stay away order. You understand that, sir, right? You can't go anywhere near that target if you're able to post bond, all right?
Man, I didn't take nothing on target.
Okay, well, just stay away from target until this gets resolved, okay? All right. So let's 5 prior convictions, and I'm looking here.
It should be a 3rd-degree felony rather than a 2nd.
All right, I'm setting bond at $2,500 with a stay away order. Good luck, sir. Next case is Wilson Reyes.
Mr. Reyes is out on felony bond F246435. He also has a hold for immigration.
I apologize. I was unable to hear you. May you please repeat the bond for Mr. Tommy Chavez?
$2,500 with a stay
Thank
away.
you.
You're welcome. All right, Mr. Reyes. Mr. Reyes, do you speak English, sir?
Spanish interpreter required, Your Honor.
Hold on. The interpreter is present, Your Honor.
Advise Mr. Reyes that he is here because he's charged with 1 count of armed robbery wearing a mask.
Okay. Señor Díaz, usted se encuentra aquí el día de hoy porque usted cometió un robo a mano armada utilizando una máscara. Tenía puesta una máscara.
It has also been brought to the court's attention that he is out on felony bond in Division 3 in case number F24635.
También se le ha informado a la corte que en este momento usted se encuentra fuera bajo fianza en un delito mayor en la División 3, F24635.
Which appears to be grand theft in the 2nd degree, so he'll have a hold in that case.
El cual parece ser que es un robo mayor de 2º grado y va a tener una retención en ese caso.
All right, I've appointed the Public Defender's Office to represent him in this case.
Se le está nombrando a un abogado de oficio que le represente en este caso.
He also has a nice hold.
Y también tiene una retención de inmigración.
The state of Florida has also filed a motion for pretrial detention pursuant to Florida Statute 907.041.
Y el estado de la Florida ha presentado un pedimento para detención previa a juicio bajo el Estatuto de la Florida 907-0401.
Alleged victim in this case is David Montano.
La presunta víctima en este caso se llama Víctor Montano.
No tengo bien.
So I don't have a bond.
We haven't gotten there yet.
No hemos llegado ahí todavía.
Let me look at the A-form.
Déjeme mirar el formulario de arresto.
Any arguments on this? State defense?
Judge.
¿Hay algún argumento en el caso estado de defensa, no juez?
All right. I'm going to grant the state's motion for pretrial detention, so he'll be held no bond.
Le concedo el pedimento al Estado con respecto a detención previa a juicio sin fianza.
Entering a stay away order with regards to David Montano.
Y se da una orden de alejamiento a favor de David Montana.
Good luck, sir.
Buena suerte, señor.
Bell?
Mr. Bell is reset medical judge.
When are we resetting for?
This afternoon, please.
Maximilian Gonzalez.
You may qualify for TAP.
Is this Mr. Gonzalez?
Yes, he speaks English, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Gonzalez, you are alleged to have committed the offense of petty theft with 2 or more convictions, which makes it a felony. And this is at CVS Pharmacy located 9031 Southwest 107th Avenue in Miami. They don't want you anywhere near. I've appointed the public defender's office to represent you. Let me see here. So he doesn't have anything open except this, correct?
He does have an open disorderly intox.
Will pretrial take him with an open? I mean, it's.
I think it would be TAP rather than free trial. Or maybe free trial, I don't know, Judge.
Will you take him with an open disorderly? Tap, okay. All right, Tap. Let's refer him. It's Tap with alternate bond. 2,500. And a stay away order. What's the return date? July 31st, did you say? Or 30? 30? All right.
All right,
All right, good luck to you, sir.
thank you.
Can you give him this time? Thank you.
Jeez, I'm waiting in Zoom. Victoria George. Do you know the name of the gentleman for that case?
Yes, she's here, Victoria George.
Okay, perfect.
And
Michael,
I do believe the alleged victim on Mr. Jose Velasquez case is present.
hey, Michael Perry, I need to.
Mr. Perry is reset.
Why corrections?
Medical.
Okay,
For the afternoon, okay.
yes.
That. Okay, Emmanuel Dixon. You can't read it unless they're here. Emmanuel Dixon.
Mr. Dixon refused.
He's on probation. I don't know if the PD wants to waive his
We
presence.
can waive his presence, Your Honor.
So which case is he on probation so they can put a hold on him?
He's on probation in F20 8185A.
8185A?
Yes.
Got it. Okay, so we'll have a hold on that. Okay. Let's see here, this case, okay, he is charged with 1 count of possession of a firearm, weapon, or ammunition by convicted felon, 1 count of possession of suspect codeine, controlled substance, 1 count of possession of suspect cannabis, 20 grams or less, misdemeanor, 1 count of misuse or failure to register a temporary tag, and actually 1 vehicle registration failure to have. So those are 2.
And
any argument on this? Let me just see the first one. Hmm. He's a driver of this car. State, you guys are charging now the codeine?
Yeah, you're only gonna reduce the bond on it.
What about the traffic on these? Do they want,
I don't think that's before your honor. It's just the 3 counts.
7,500 counts 2 and 3, $1 each? Okay. And the hold on the F20 8185A. Okay. Livan Casola.
Mr. Casola, refused, Judge.
There added charges and he refused yesterday, would your honor set a bond?
Okay, all right, there's 3 cases, right?
Three
Okay. Right, and case number F25-13497. This is and PD, you're waiving his presence, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, it's petty theft, 2 or more convictions. $2,500 bond. In case number F25-13495, again, the same thing, petty theft, 2 or more convictions. $2,500 bond. Case number F25-13496, same thing, petty theft, 2 or more convictions. $2,500 bond. Lexter Pardillon, page 15.
Refused, Judge.
He refused yesterday, if your honor would set a bond.
Waive his presence, Your Honor.
Okay.
It's a shank and a paper containing an unknown substance.
A shank and
A paper with an unknown substance, we don't know what it is. So if your honor would do $1 on that account, it'll go to the lab if we charge it.
Got it. So that's count $1 and count 2. Let me see. Yep, shank. $2,500 in count 2. Okay. We'll just write this down. Brandon Sartor.
Refused.
He
Added.
refused yesterday and it's not a charge.
We'll waive his presence as well, Your Honor.
All right. All right, double cost found, $2,500 bond. Randy Martinez.
Refused. Added charge.
I think he refused on Saturday and Sunday.
We'll waive his presence, Your Honor.
$2,500 bond. There's a stay away. What? No, I didn't see a stay away. Okay. Richard Spalding.
Refused.
Added charge.
The battery by the
Presence,
tank.
Your Honor.
All right. I gotta write this down, so bear with me. $2,500 fine. Isaac Lumpkin,
Refuse.
Refused yesterday, added charge.
We'll waive his presence.
Warren, how are you?
I'm doing great. It's a pleasure to see you.
Likewise, good to see you. All right, so they're waiving your presence on this one again?
Yes, Your Honor. Richard's fault.
All right, this is. All right, $2,500 bond. Elaine Sanchez,
Sanchez refused.
He refused yesterday, added charge.
We'll waive presence.
battery by detainee. Fine PC, $2,500 bond. Philip Wright. Oh, we did that one? Okay, so that one I didn't scratch off. Wilbert Petit.
He refused, Judge.
This petty theft, one more convictions. There was a prior refusal. Yes.
We'll waive his presence.
$2,500 bond. Wilbert Petit. Do this one?
That's Mr. Petit that we're doing, Judge.
Sorry, on the bottom. So the next one, and I think the final one is Tavares Bender.
He refused.
He refused yesterday, added charge.
We'll waive his presence.
Right. Battery by detainee. PC found $2,500. All right, we had something that they waited, that there was gonna be recalled at the end.
Yes, Your Honor, the alleged victim on Mr. Jose Velasquez's case is here. I believe he is on page 10.
10?
Yes, Your Honor. Miss Una Victoria is here.
Corrections, do you have the defendant still?
Jose Velasquez?
No, everyone is gone.
What?
Just the victim, she show up, see if you want to modify.
Right, but they're saying that they don't, okay, so let's, so he's no longer here? Corrections?
No, he's been taken back to the unit.
Uh-oh.
He's no longer here, Your Honor. We did already address bond status and everything. We just wanted to readdress if the alleged victim wanted a modified field.
Contact, okay, and we said that it could be, because I know that I was trying to move the calendar along. Well, let me hear from, if you want to waive his presence, it's a matter of what the contact order is going to say. I put a total no contact. Hello?
Your Honor, sorry, I believe she's present.
Okay.
Hi, yes. Sorry.
Let's get her promoted so I can see her.
Do you hear me?
I hear somebody, but I can't see anybody. Let's see here.
Yeah.
I can see.
And Mary's gonna have the primary responsibility
There's some
for the referrals.
voice, somebody hearing a male.
Sorry.
talk. There we go. Okay. Ma'am, what is your name?
My full name is Una Victoria George.
All right, raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear that everything you're going to testify will be true and correct under penalties of perjury?
Yes.
Okay, you are the alleged victim in the case against Jose Alberto Velasquez.
Yes.
There's several charges, including battery on a pregnant woman, strong arm robbery, and attempted strong arm robbery. What is it that you wish to tell the court, ma'am?
At this time, I mean, nothing aside from nothing in regards to the charges. I was told just to join to give a statement, but I'm not really sure what.
You don't have to say anything if you don't want to, ma'am.
Okay.
I mean, the court's already made its findings and entered an order. He's to have no contact with you.
Okay.
Anywhere near you, either direct or indirect. That means not through social media, through third persons, by phone, pager, etc., unless there's an order of the court. Okay?
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, I believe that this concludes the morning calendar. Is that correct? What time do we want to be back? Corrections?
I think
1:30 is good, Judge.
Okay, have a good lunch. We'll see you then, okay?
I will relay the information to the office, Your Honor, so that you have as well deserved and interpreted on time.
You made my day. Have a good one.
You always make mine. You take care and hope your family, everybody's doing well.
Yeah, thank you, likewise. Bye-bye. Yes, it does. Because I spoke with Rosie when she went on vacation, and she said the calendars were, and she was like, and I was hoping. No. But I'll tell you what, even the extra days, they said they were surprised because they thought they were. Normally on Mondays we have Monday. Huh? On Mondays we tend to have a lot of new cases. Exactly, and he said it was, they only had one. Or one new case there, so, yeah, I guess we were lucky, right? We're lucky. Yeah. It's, we're gonna have a nice lunch, all right, let's do this, we go better eat. Yes, another Friday, we have one chance to know. On the 7th? Okay, we're on. All right, good afternoon, everyone. This
Muy
is
buenas
Judge
tardes a todos.
Espinosa Dennis. Mr. Interpreter, have you been sworn?
Yes, Judge, today, yes.
All right.
Soy la jueza Espinosa Denis.
Everybody, and welcome to the afternoon bond hearings. If you would please stand and raise your right hands to be sworn.
Bienvenidos a, a las audiencias de esta tarde. Por favor, pónganse de pie, levanten sus manos derechas para prestar juramento.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, say I do.
¿Juran o afirman que su testimonio será la verdad, toda la verdad y solamente la verdad? Si es así, contesten que sí.
Have a seat.
Tomen asiento.
All right, everyone of you have been played a video in English, Spanish, and Creole. For purpose of this hearing, I will be appointing the public defender's office in all cases. And the attorneys of record, you please announce your appearances.
Nessa F on behalf of the state.
Carolina Gonzalez, Assistant Public Defender.
Yeah, she's been having some, all right. Okay, all right, so we're ready to proceed. Page 1, Jane Doe.
Donna, can we reset for medical?
Great. Reset tomorrow. July 1st. Yeah. Next case is Diana Bueno. She has 2 cases.
Spanish interpreter required, Your Honor.
Present.
All right. Good afternoon, Ms. Bueno. You have 2 cases before this court. The first one is F25-13600, where it is alleged that you committed the following offenses: possession of a suspect THC in a felony amount, 1 count of possession of cannabis, 20 grams or less, misdemeanor, and 1 count of possession without a prescription of some kind of drug.
Buenos días, señora. Bueno, usted está encarando 2 cargos ante este tribunal. El primero es el 25M26 o F25-13600. Es un delito donde se alega que usted poseía una cantidad de algo que se sospecha que es THC en una cantidad que constituiría un delito mayor, y también está encarando un cargo de posesión de marihuana de 20 gramos o menos y posesión de algo sin una receta.
All right, in case number 25-13605, it is alleged that you have committed the offense of strong arm robbery on October 3rd of 2024.
En el caso F23-13305, se alega que usted ha cometido el delito mayor de robo con fuerza el 3 de octubre del 2024.
And the alleged victim on that robbery strong arm is Lady Herrera.
Y la presunta víctima en aquel caso del robo con fuerza se llama Lady Herrera.
All right, I've appointed the public defender's office to represent you in both of those cases. I'm going to be looking at the arrest affidavit to determine your bond status.
Le nombro a los abogados de oficio para que le representen en ambos casos. Voy a mirar la declaración jurada que sustenta su arresto para determinar la fianza.
All right, any argument on the PC from any side?
¿Hay algún alegato en relación a la suficiencia de indicios?
Your Honor, I would just like to note that Miss Gonzalez was the passenger In the car, in the vehicle, as to the first case, as to the second case, it is remote in time, allegations from 2024.
Su señoría, quiero señalar que en el caso, la señora González fue la pasajera en el vehículo. El otro caso es un caso que es antiguo, data del 2024.
I think the drugs were all found, a lot of them were found in her purse.
Bueno, muchas cosas fueron encontradas en el bolso de ella
And then some were found within arm's reach.
y algunas fueron encontradas a su alcance.
All right, in the case ending in 00, that's 13600, I'm going to make the following findings. In count 1, I'm going to find only probable cause as to a misdemeanor amount. That's going to be $1. I'm going to set it. Dollar bond on count 2, $500. Count 3, $1.
Muy bien, en el caso que termina en 00-13600, voy a determinar que se han comprobado los siguientes hechos. El primer caso, el primer cargo, voy a determinar que solamente hay suficientes indicios que sustentan un delito menor de posesión. La fianza es $1. Relación al segundo cargo, la fianza son $500. Y en relación al tercer cargo, la fianza es $1.
With regards to the case number ending in 13605, I find probable cause as charged. I'm going to impose bond at $7,500 with a stay away order. That means, go ahead.
En relación al caso número 13605, determino que hay suficientes indicios para el delito del cual se la ha imputado y le impongo la fianza de $7,500 y también expido una orden de alejamiento, lo cual significa
That if she's able to post her bond and meet the criteria, one of the conditions is she stay away at least 500 feet from the alleged victim, Ms. Herrera.
que si ella logra pagar su fianza y salir, una de las condiciones de su libertad vigilada, libertad bajo fianza, será que ella se mantenga por lo menos a 500 pies de distancia de la presunta víctima, la señora Herrera.
And not have any direct or indirect contact with this person. Okay.
No tenga ningún contacto directo o indirecto con esta persona. Muy bien.
Good luck to you. Egypt, Kaiser.
Buena suerte.
Ms. Beisler? Is this Ms. Beisler?
Ms. Feidenreich is present.
Good afternoon. For the court on the following, it is alleged that on June 26, 2025, you committed the offense of armed burglary of an occupied dwelling with a mask, first-degree felony punishable by life, and 1 count of violation of a domestic violence injunction. I've appointed the public defender's office to represent you, ma'am. The alleged victim has initials dated M.E.S. with a date of birth of June 1st, 1951. I'm going to be looking now at the arrest affidavit to determine your bond status. The state of Florida has also filed with regards to the armed burglary with a mask, a motion for pretrial detention under Florida statute 907.041, which means they want me to hold you no bond. All right, the court's had an opportunity to review the arrest affidavit and finds that there is probable cause with regards to both of the charges within that affidavit. The court is going to grant the state's motion for pretrial detention. That means that the defendant will be held no bond in count 1. And as relates to count 2, the bond will be $1,000. The stay away order is that if she's able to have a bond, in this case, the conditions will be, in addition to whatever amount that may be in the future. Right now, there's no bond. She cannot engage in any criminal activity. She cannot use or possess any illegal drugs. She cannot use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. And if she has any of those, and they need to be surrendered to the nearest police department and file a receipt with the court. She is prohibited from having any direct or indirect contact with the alleged victim, initials MPS, which includes contact in person and writing by phone or through social media. She must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's home, place of employment, and or school at all times. You understand that, ma'am?
You understand what she said to you? I didn't hear the first part. I heard the last part, where she says to stay away.
You cannot engage in any criminal activity. You can't use or possess illegal drugs. You cannot use, purchase, possess, or carry firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. And if you have any of those, you need to surrender it to the nearest police station and file the receipt with the court. You are prohibited from having any direct or indirect contact with the alleged victim in the case, whose initials are MPS, which means not in person and writing by phone, pager, social media, or through third persons. You must stay at least 500 feet away from this person's home, place of employment, or school at all times. Do you understand that?
Speak up a little.
Yes.
Okay, good luck, ma'am. Angie.Daty.
She may qualify for pretrial.
Ms. Daty?
Yes.
All right, good afternoon. We're here before the court. It's alleged that you committed the offense of possession of suspect cocaine and driving while license suspended, third and subsequent conviction, both of which are third-degree felonies. I've appointed the public defender's office to represent you now. How long have you lived in Dade County, Florida?
More than 30 years.
Okay, is your address 1075 Northwest 76th Street?
No, I've moved.
Okay, what's your address?
441 Northwest 98th Street.
Okay, and how long have you lived there?
3 months now.
At a home or an apartment?
It's a duplex.
All right, I'm going to refer you to pretrial services. And the alternate bond is, since I'm finding PC, the first count is going to be $2,500. The second count, $1,000. Okay.
Requesting a no drive order, so she can't drive until she gets her license fixed.
You understand that, ma'am? That if you're able to postpone or the program accepts you, you cannot drive. Okay, if you have to go somewhere, you've got to use public transportation and Uber. Have somebody drive you. You cannot continue to drive. Understood?
Yes.
Good luck. Alan Gomez. Page 3. This one.
Gomez?
Gomez, yes.
Gomez?
Gomez, yes. Alan Gomez.
Inglés o español? English is fine?
Yeah.
Okay, he speaks English, Your Honor.
Mr. Gomez, you are before the court on several charges. So it's alleged that on June 29th, in the vicinity of 4700 Southwest 8th Street in Coral Gables, you committed the following offenses. 1 count of possession of a controlled substance. 1 count of possession of a firearm, weapon, or ammunition by a convicted felon. 1 count of possession of cannabis, 20 grams or less. And 1 count of the possession of a drug without a prescription. And there's more on the second page, 1 count of possession with intent to use drug paraphernalia. I've appointed the public defender's office to represent you. I'm gonna take a look at the arrest affidavit now and find out, if there's probable cause and address your bond status, okay?
I didn't commit any.
Okay, don't make any statements. You have a lawyer there. Whatever you say is being recorded and will be used against you. Oh, I see. All right, state. This is the.
So it's a knife, not a gun, but there is probable cause. Defendant's got priors, including a 364 from last year requesting a bond.
Defense?
Yes, Your Honor. Again, as the state mentioned, it was a knife. Mr. Gomez is, when he was employed, these were some of his tools. I really don't believe that it would constitute a firearm or weapon for convicted felon. I understand.
Most of the other items, Madam State, were contained in the purse belonging to co-defendant, with the exception of according to the reading of the arrest affidavit.
There's some cannabis in the center console, and then the crystal meth, I think, let's see.
Yep.
Was in the glove compartment.
And about the argument about the knife and the weapon as far as the convicted felon.
I think there's probable cause for it. Maybe no probable cause on count 4, which are the pills. I think the pills were in her purse.
All right, these are my findings. With regards to count 1, I'm not finding PC, so that's ROR. With regards to.
Right, Your Honor. No PC.
All right, on count 1, count 2, there is a PC on that at 7,500. Count 3 is release outright. Count 4. Actually, count 3, I'm sorry. Take that back. Count 3 is going to be $100. But there is PC for that. Count 4 is release outright. Count 5 is $100. There's PC for that. Got it? Okay, good luck. Edric Macklin.
Mr. Macklin?
Yeah.
Standing there, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Macklin. You're here because it's alleged that you have committed the following offense, possession of suspect MDMA on June 30th. Okay, I'm gonna.
No. He may qualify for TAP.
Does he have any? Let's see here. He has nothing open, correct?
Correct.
All right. Refer to TAP, alternate bond. $1,000. Reset date, still the 30th? Okay.
Yes.
30th. And I'll let you know the report one.
Where's the capital?
Not release. Okay. Good luck. Manuel Agosto?
Can we pass these in yellow arraignment?
I'm sorry?
Can we pass these in yellow arraignment?
Yes, we can pass. Okay. Okay. So let's pass this.
No, Pablo.
Augusto Sandino Tros.
No, Pablo.
Okay.
No, Pablo Peña.
Oh,
Your Honor, are we calling Mr. Agosto?
I thought they said that we needed to pass him.
He's passing him. He's in yellow arraignment.
Right.
Are you Mr. Agosto?
Yeah.
He's right here.
Okay, so he's here. Okay, all right. Go ahead.
Your Honor, can you hear me?
Manuel Antonio Agosto?
Okay, hi, Mr. Petit. How are you doing? Represent. Ms.
Doing okay.
Oh,
I'm
Augusto.
representing this individual.
Okay.
All right.
Your Honor, for clarification of the court, this is Mr. Augusto Cesar Sandino Tros. Bottom
this-
of page 3.
Okay. All right. What's this gentleman's name? Does he speak English?
No, Your Honor, he needs a Spanish interpreter.
Spanish interpreter.
Name, Mr. Interpreter?
Interpreter present.
Yes, can you ask him what his name is?
Caballero, ¿su nombre cuál es?
Augusto César Sandino Tros.
Augusto César Sandino Trazo.
I see what-
Tros.
Okay,
Tros.
the other individual, his first name is Augusto. The one we thought we were passing, we really are, the last name was Augusto. So this is the misunderstanding. It could have happened to anybody. All right, so we are passing on Manuel Augusto. Okay, so the corrections was correct. And now we have Augusto Sandinotros. Okay, perfect. So let's pass on this one and let's address that. And we have private counsel, Mr. Padilla.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so good afternoon to everyone. Mr. Sandinotros, you were arrested and it is alleged that you committed the offense of grand theft of a motor vehicle during a riot. A secondary is what it says here, occurring on June 30th at 88 Southwest 7th Street in Miami.
Señor Augusto César Sandino Tros, buenas tardes. Usted ha sido arrestado y aquí se indica que usted ha sido acusado del delito de hurto de mayor cuantía de un vehículo durante algún tipo de disturbio y eso ocurrió el día 30 de junio del 2025 en la 88 y la calle 7 del suroeste.
So Judge, without a value to the car, it would be a third-degree felony.
Su señoría ha dado que en vista del valor del vehículo sería un delito mayor de tercer grado.
All right, I'm gonna
Excuse me, Your Honor, this is the interpreter speaking. There is some echo that prevents me from hearing you.
Okay, I said I was gonna review the arrest affidavit and then I will hear arguments.
Voy a revisar la declaración jurada que sustenta su arresto y a continuación escucharé los alegatos de los abogados.
All right, Mr. Padilla.
Yes, Your Honor. My client works for Lennar Parking and he was an attendant. He was handed the keys by the victim to valet park the car. The defendant was going from the residences where he was handed the key and he had to go to approximately 2 blocks away to the East Hotel where Lennar Parking also has their attendants to drop off a parking card and then he was returning to park the car.
Su señoría, mi cliente trabaja para Leonard Parking. Él trabaja estacionando vehículos y la víctima le entregó las llaves del vehículo. Él tuvo que conducir el vehículo aproximadamente 2 bloques, 2 cuadras al sitio donde recoge alguna tarjeta electrónica para llevarlo después al lugar donde se estaciona el vehículo.
And Your Honor, he also has a residence in South Florida. He has a permanent address of 7455 Southwest 39th Street, Miami, Florida. He's married to a United States citizen.
Su señoría, y mi cliente, él vive permanentemente aquí en el sur de la Florida. Su dirección es el 7455 suroeste de la calle 39. Está casado con alguien que es ciudadano o ciudadana de los Estados Unidos.
And he has no priors.
Y no tiene antecedentes.
State, I presume that the enhancement, if you will, up to
There should
I
be.
think up to was
There's
based
no,
on value, correct?
there's no enhancement. It should just be the
Oh,
third.
I'm saying went to a second rather than just a grand theft. It was because of the purported value, but there's not.
No, they said, if you look at the charge, it says /riot.
Right.
The enhancement is if it happened during a riot, but that's not correct.
There's no mention of.
No. I think the officer checked the wrong box.
Entonces, ¿hay algún tipo de circunstancia agravante porque ha habido algún tipo de disturbio? No, si usted se fija, eso aparentemente el policía lo puso ahí, pero aparentemente ha sido un error.
It could be a second degree felony depending on the value of the car, but it's not listed.
Podría ser un delito mayor o segundo grado en vista del costo, el valor del vehículo, pero eso no está indicado.
Grand theft auto, purportedly, within the four corners of the instrument. I understand, Mr. Padilla, what you're saying, but that is what it appears. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna refer him to pretrial services, okay?
Okay.
2,500, okay?
Muy bien, señor
Pretrial
Padilla, entiendo.
services with an alternative 2,500.
Okay.
Lo que entiendo es que hay suficientes indicios para sustentar el cargo de hurto de mayor cuantía de un vehículo. Comprendo lo que usted me ha dicho, señor Padilla, pero aquí, en vista de lo que dice el documento, así es, le permito salir a cargo de servicios previos a juicio y su fianza alternativa son $2,500.
Right, good luck.
Buena
Thank you.
suerte.
Case,
Gracias, jueza.
Tenorio. Pablo Tenorio. Do you speak?
Spanish, please.
All right, Mr. Tenorio is before the court because it is alleged that you committed the following offenses, sir. 1 count of false imprisonment and 1 count of resisting an officer without violence to his person. I have appointed the public defender's office to represent you, and I will be looking at the arrest affidavits to determine probable cause.
Caballero, a usted se le acusa de 2 cargos. Uno es detención o encarcelamiento ilegal y el otro es de resistirse contra un policía sin violencia. Le nombro a los abogados de oficio para que lo representen. Voy a leer la declaración jurada que sustenta su arresto para ver si contiene suficientes indicios de criminalidad.
Okay, the alleged victim in this case is a person by the name of Jessica Duque.
La presunta víctima en esta causa es una persona cuyo nombre es Jessica Duque.
And this is a first contact with the system state?
Yes.
Fiscal, ¿este es el primer contacto que él tiene con el sistema? Sí.
Okay.
Okay.
On the
Alegatos.
state or defense?
Defensa, fiscalía.
Your Honor, I have a PC argument for the second resisting officer charge. I don't believe that there's PC for this charge. It's on the informant of the defendant impeded police from rendering aid, so he was charged with resisting without violence. Your Honor, at the time that the allegations were made, the defendant had no way of knowing that he was under arrest, so I don't think there's PC for resisting.
Señoría, pienso que en relación al segundo cargo, el resistirse al policía, a la autoridad, que eso no hay suficientes indicios. Aquí se indica que él impidió que se le prestase ayuda por parte de la autoridad a alguien y su señoría, aquí no hay ninguna indicación de que el acusado tenía noción de que estaba arrestado cuando se le acusó de impedir que se prestase ayuda.
So he did obstruct the officer who was in lawful execution of a legal duty to investigate.
Él obstruyó al policía quien estaba llevando a cabo su obligación legal de investigar.
All right, I'm finding probable causes of both counts. Count one, I'm setting bond at $2,500. And count two, I'm setting bond at $500. Okay, there's a stay away order, sir, so we'd be able to post bond. I'm gonna read it to you shortly. Go ahead, Mr. Interpreter.
Bueno, estoy determinando que hay suficientes indicios en relación a ambos cargos. En relación al primer cargo, su fianza son $2,500 y en relación al segundo cargo, su fianza son $500. Encima de eso, voy a imponerle una orden de alejamiento. Caballero, esto significa lo siguiente, se lo voy a leer.
Part of the conditions of your release is that you not engage in any criminal activity or possess or use any illegal drugs.
Parte de las condiciones de su libertad condicional pendiente de juicio es que usted no puede inmiscuirse en actividades delictivas o tener o usar drogas ilegales.
You cannot go anywhere near and have to be at least 500 feet from the alleged victim in the case, Jessica Duque. You cannot have any contact in person, in writing, by phone, or through social media or third persons.
Otra condición es que usted tiene que mantenerse alejado y a no menos de 500 pies de la presunta víctima en esta causa, cuyo nombre es Jessica Duque, y no puede comunicarse con ella directamente en persona, por escrito, por terceros o medios sociales.
Understood?
¿Ha entendido?
Talk to you soon.
Yes. Gracias. Buena suerte.
Corrections, I put a case number in the chat. I don't know if you're able to pull the defendant. If not, we can reset it for tomorrow. I know he missed the cutoff.
Uniel Sainz Flores.
Corte papel. Esa es tu fianza.
English, Mr. Flores.
Uniel?
Sí.
English or Spanish?
Hey, fun.
Spanish interpreter required, Your Honor.
Okay.
Present.
All right, Mr. Sainz Flores, you're here before the court because it is alleged that you committed the following offenses on June 29th. Domestic battery by strangulation and tampering with a victim.
Caballero, usted se encuentra ante este tribunal porque se alega que el 29 de junio usted cometió los siguientes delitos: violencia doméstica, agresión con toque o lesiones mediante estrangulación y manipulación de la víctima.
The alleged victim has initials KSM with a date of birth of March 8, 1981.
La presunta víctima tiene las iniciales KSM y su fecha de nacimiento es el 8/3 del 91.
I'm going to take a look at the arrest affidavit now to make a finding of probable cause and determine your bond status, sir.
Your Honor, he has
Voy a mirar.
I'm sorry, he has what?
hold for immigration.
Voy a mirar el formulario de arresto para ver si contienes suficientes indicios de criminalidad y para determinar su fianza. Su señoría, él tiene una orden de retención por parte de las autoridades migratorias.
State or defense?
Fiscal o defensa.
I think
Right.
PC judge.
I'm sorry, I can hear.
I think there's probable cause.
Pienso que hay suficientes indicios.
All right, I'm going to set bond on count one at $5,000. It appears as a third and the second one as a second.
That's right.
that appropriate? Okay.
It's a derivative offense and tampering is 1 degree higher than the underlying offense.
First count, $5,000, 7 counts, $7,500 with a stay away order. Do you work, Mr. Flores?
Su fianza son $5,000 en relación al primer cargo y en relación al segundo cargo $7,500. Señor Flores, ¿usted trabaja?
Sí.
Yes.
What do you do for a living, sir?
¿Y qué trabajo hace para ganarse la vida, caballero?
Soy soldador.
I'm a welder.
Okay. Who do you work for?
¿Para quién trabaja usted?
Para una compañía que se llama Unlimited.
For a company called Unlimited.
All right, the bond, again, count 1, 5,000, count 2, 7,500, the stay order, which I will read shortly, and I also want them on a GPS monitoring level 2, only leave for work-related matters.
Muy bien. Como dije, su fianza en relación al primer cargo son $5,000 y en relación al segundo cargo $7,500. Además de la orden de alejamiento, voy a exigir que tenga un localizador nivel 2. Se le permite salir únicamente para ir a trabajar.
Your Honor, he has an ICE hold. House arrest won't take him.
Su señoría, él tiene una orden de retención por parte de las autoridades migratorias. El servicio de arresto domiciliario no se ocupará de él.
A monitoring device, my understanding is would only take place if he's released. If he has an ICE hold, he's not going anywhere. But if he is released, he needs to be on the GPS. Okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Bueno, el dispositivo de monitorearlo solamente entraría en vigor si queda en libertad. Si inmigración lo tiene retenido, no quedará en libertad, pero si él queda en libertad, entonces tendrá que tener el localizador puesto.
Okay, further conditions of his release, if he is able to post a bond, is he cannot engage in any criminal activity, he cannot use or possess any illegal drugs. He cannot,
Condiciones adicionales si queda en libertad, si logra salir bajo fianza, es que él no puede inmiscuirse en actividades delictivas ni puede tener ni usar drogas ilegales.
he cannot use or possess or purchase or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. And if he has, he needs to surrender them to the nearest police station.
Y él no puede ni usar, ni tener, ni ser dueño, ni cargar ningún tipo de arma de fuego, arma o municiones. Y si él tiene ese tipo de cosas, tiene que entregarlas en la estación de policía que le quede más cercana.
And file a receipt with the court.
Y presentarle una copia del recibo o el recibo al tribunal.
He cannot have any contact, direct or indirect, with the alleged victim in the case whose initials are KSM.
No puede tener contacto directo o indirecto con la presunta víctima en el caso, cuyas iniciales son KSM.
He has to stay at least 500 feet away from her person, her home, her place of employment, or school at all times. Does he understand?
Él tiene que permanecer por lo menos a 500 pies de distancia de ella, del hogar de ella, del centro de trabajo de ella o del centro de educación de ella en todo momento. ¿Comprende?
Do you
Sí.
understand?
Yes. Yes.
Good luck. Daniel
Buena
Camargo,
suerte.
Sorry, Your Honor, was that plus house arrest?
plus house arrest, yes.
Corrections, did you look into that case for me? I want to know if the attorney.
Yes, I wrote you in the chat. That card is still being processed.
Okay, so the attorney's got to come back tomorrow?
Yes.
All right, sorry, Mr. Wright.
Is Mr. Camargo?
Mr. Camargo, Spanish interpreter required.
All right,
Present.
Mr. Camargo, you're here before the court because it's alleged that you committed the offense of strong arm robbery on June 20th at Sharpshooters, the alleged victim being Alyssa Perez, with the date of birth of March 14, 2000.
Usted se encuentra ante este tribunal porque se alega que el día 20 de junio usted cometió el delito de robo con fuerza en un lugar que se llama Sharpshooters contra de una presunta víctima que se llama Elisa Pérez y cuya fecha de nacimiento es el marzo 24 del 2000.
All right, I've appointed the public defender's office to represent you, and we'll be taking a look at the arrest affidavit to determine probable cause and your bond status.
Le nombro a los abogados de oficio para que lo representen. Miraré el formulario que sustenta su arresto para determinar si contiene suficientes indicios de criminalidad y determinar su situación de fianza.
He doesn't have anything else in the system, state?
Nothing on
Fiscal, él no tiene otros antecedentes en el sistema, nada que he visto.
Okay. I find probable cause for the offenses charged, setting bond at $7,500. Do you work, sir?
Determino que hay suficientes indicios para los cargos que usted encara. Su fianza son $7,500. Caballero, ¿usted tiene trabajo?
Sí.
Yes.
We do for a living.
¿Qué hace usted para ganarse la vida?
Tengo una compañía de camión de lunch.
I have a company that sells lunch.
Okay, so you own any property, like a car, a home?
¿Usted es propietario de bienes como casa, vehículo?
Casas en Colombia y aquí los vehículos de los trucks de lunch.
Homes in Colombia or houses in Colombia, and here the vehicles, the lunch trucks.
How much did you earn last year?
¿Cuánto ganó usted el año pasado?
Como 200,000.
About 200,000.
He does not qualify for the services of a public defender, so you need to get yourself a lawyer, sir. How long have you lived in Dade County?
Usted, caballero, no tiene las condiciones para que lo representen los abogados de oficio. ¿Cuánto tiempo hace que usted ha vivido aquí en el condado de Miami-Dade, caballero?
21 años.
21 years.
All right, for purposes of these proceedings, well, first of all, let me ask you, have you hired a private lawyer?
Permítame preguntarle, ¿usted ya ha contratado a algún abogado privado?
No, yo no he contratado porque supuestamente pues es que me están poniendo los cargos que no son y ella va a quitar los cargos.
No, I haven't hired anyone because I've been charged with things that are not right, and she is going to drop the charges.
Okay, well, you need to get a lawyer privately because you don't qualify for the service of public defender. For purpose of this arraignment, okay, I'm going to allow, I've appointed the public defender's office, but you need to find yourself a lawyer, okay?
Bueno, caballero, usted necesita buscarse un abogado porque usted no califica para un abogado de oficio, pero tenga presente que para los propósitos de esta audiencia le he nombrado provisionalmente a los abogados de oficio para que lo representen.
Okay. He will, as part of the, let's see. Okay. All right, so it's 7,500. There's a stay away order. Let me read this to you carefully. One of the additional conditions of your release, if you're able to post the bond, is do not engage in criminal activity or use or possess any illegal drugs.
Caballero, su fianza son $7,500. Déjeme leerle las siguientes condiciones adicionales de su libertad condicional. No se inmiscuya en actividades delictivas y no tenga ni use drogas ilegales.
You cannot go anywhere near the alleged victim in the case, Alyssa Perez. That means no contact, direct or indirect, with her, and you have to stay at least 500 feet away from her home, her place of employment, or school at all times.
Usted no se le puede acercar a la presunta víctima del caso, que se llama Elisa Pérez, y no puede tener contacto con ella directa o indirectamente, y tiene que permanecer por lo menos a 500 pies de distancia de ella, de la casa de ella, del centro de estudios de ella y del trabajo de ella.
You understand?
¿Ha entendido?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. All right, good luck to you, sir.
Muy bien, caballero, buena suerte.
Gonzalez?
Gonzalez is a bond out, Your Honor.
Corrections, he has an ice hold though,
Gonzalez?
unless it was taken off. Okay.
So yes or no? Corrections?
I can check into it, but the paperwork we got from downstairs, he's a bond out.
Okay.
All right, okay, thank you. Next case is Eddie Thomas. Is this Mr. Thomas? Mr. Thomas?
Yes, ma'am.
You speak
Yes, ma'am.
English?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Thomas, you're here before the court because it's alleged, sir, that you, on June 30th, you committed the following offenses. 1 count of sale of cocaine with possession, or possession with intent to sell cocaine within 1,000 feet of a church or convenience store. 1 count of possession with intent to sell MDMA, and 1 count of possession with intent to sell cannabis within 1,000 feet of a church or convenience store. I've appointed the public defender's office to represent you. Let me take a look at the A form and see what the bond status is. All right. Wendy from either side? All right, the court has reviewed the arrest affidavit and makes the following findings. Probable cause as to count one, I'm setting bond at $15,000. Count two, $15,000. Count three, $7,500, all with Nevia requirement. Good luck to you, sir. Next case is Donald Bell.
That medical, Your Honor.
It's also reset because, oh, this is this gentleman.
No, Donald Bell, reset medical.
We reset it for medical. We want to reset it again for tomorrow?
Right, correction said he's still not here.
No, he's not here.
So reset July 1st. Next is Michael Perry.
Also medical corrections?
Yes, also medical reset for tomorrow.
Orlando Drecker Ramos. Drecker Ramos. Is that you, sir?
No, Your Honor, he's from pretrial. He's gonna be at NBC.
I don't know if the PD wants to agree to a dollar. It looks like mutual combat and the victim punched first.
Added charges, yeah.
Yes, Your Honor, due to state the A-form does say if the victim punched the defendant.
Do you waive his presence so I can?
Yes, Your Honor.
Right, setting bond at $1 for stipulation.
Corrections, we're still passing a ghost though.
I have him, he's here.
Okay, and then this guy before us is the add-on.
This is the add-on, that's Mr. Capinos.
Hello. Hi, my name is Boris Capinos.
The other one, okay, all right. This is Capinos?
From Poland, not from Russia.
Okay. Yes,
That's a huge difference.
who is this
Yeah.
gentleman? What's your name, sir?
My name is Boris Capinos.
Thank
This
you.
is the add-on, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Capinos, you are here before the court because it's alleged that you committed following offenses: resisting an officer with violence to his person, third-degree felony, and trespass to a property after warning, first-degree misdemeanor. Okay, he was supposed to be.
Correction, it was on calendar this morning. Correction said he had bonded out. Corrections, he wasn't able to bond out.
He was not able to bond out with the resisting officer with violence.
Okay.
So public defender appointed. Okay, let me take a look at the arrest affidavit. He's got something else going on. He has another case, F-24-16976, set for report.
I don't think so. Corrections.
Oh, this is the wrong one. Hold
Not
on.
indicated on the jail card. The only case I have on the jail card is F-25-13588.
I don't have his priors.
I don't think he's got anything. But he lives, I think, in Broward or Palm Beach, but I didn't see any criminal history.
Doesn't say here. Where do you live, Mr. Capinos?
I live in Pompano Beach, Florida.
You have an address?
1230 Northeast 24th Street, 33064, Pompano Beach, Florida.
All right. All right, let me take a look at the A form, sir. Do you work?
Excuse me?
You work.
Currently I work like construction, but I'm not hired by any company. My last work was wiretech at AT&T. But due to the medical problems, I had to quit.
Okay. Do you own any property of value?
Property?
Yes. Like a home?
No,
Boat?
no, I don't
Nope.
know anything. No.
Any money in the bank?
Not a lot. Mostly I'm working for cash now.
Okay. All right, I'm setting bond on count one, $5,000, count two, $1.
3 counts, Judge.
Excuse me. But I was already.
What?
Oh, I'm so sorry. You're right, Judge. I apologize.
All right,
5,000, 1,000, Your Honor.
$5,000.
on the second count, $1. Okay. Is that it for this count? Did we pass any?
Past Agosto.
Let's see, is he? There we go. Here we go. It's on page 3 of the calendar. Do we have Mr. Agosto?
I apologize, Your Honor.
His traffic, he received a bond of $1.
In traffic?
Yes.
I didn't know my license was suspended.
Are you Mr. Manuel Agosto?
Manuel Antonio?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Mr. Agosto, you are before the court because it is alleged that you committed the following offenses. 1 count of battery on a law enforcement officer, correction officer, or firefighter. 1 count of resisting an officer with violence to his person. 1 count of resisting an officer without violence to his person. And 1 count of possession of cannabis 20 grams or less. Okay, I've appointed the public defender's office to represent you, sir, and I'm going to now review the arrest affidavit so I can make a finding of probable cause and address your bond status. How long have you lived in Dade County, sir?
Speak up a little.
My whole life.
Your whole life? Do you work?
Yes.
What do you do?
I'm a barber.
Do you own your own business or you work for somebody else?
I work my own business.
So you own a business.
Yes, sir.
Do you own any other property of value?
No. Well, I bought my property 2 years ago.
So you own a home.
Yes, ma'am.
How much money do you have in the bank?
Not that much.
With how much is not that much?
Probably like $2,000, $3,000.
How much did you earn last year, sir?
I don't remember.
You don't remember? Looks like you don't qualify for the service of a public defender. So for purposes of this hearing, I have appointed them so they can assist you with the arraignment, but you need to hire a private lawyer. Do you understand? Is that a yes? I can't hear you. Okay.
You're my turn.
All right. I'm ready to make my findings. I reviewed the arrest affidavit, make probable cause findings as to all counts. I'm setting bond on count 1, $5,000, count 2, $5,000, count 3, $100, and count 4, $1. Okay. Do we have anything else left?
That's it, unless corrections, did you look into that guy with, the ice holds? Was the bond posted?
Hold on, let me check now.
Your Honor, I wanted to confirm for count 3 was $100.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
5,101.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. So we're good?
They're just confirming if that.
For the bond? Okay. Yeah. Sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, so we're concluding the session, correct? Thank you for your services. Thank you. Have a good day. Bye.
Corrections, if there's an issue and he didn't post bond, just add him onto the calendar tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions? Judge, this is Jesse Klein and my new intern today, George Rodriguez, right? See, the judge is gracious enough to ask you guys if you have any questions about bond periods.
Oh, still, Your Honor, the bond out, I was a little confused on that.
They bond, so usually,
He paid the bond, but he do have an ice hold.
when they are arrested, there's standard bond that shows also bondsman and they bond out. They don't have to appear in front. It's those that have either hold or it's judge's discretion or they can't afford and they want to see for non-monetary bond. So that's why the ones that usually get to this point are because they don't have money or because they have to have a hold and choose the program. But those that she wanted to just ask people, she wanted to know if she this person had immigration. Good. But they bonded out and that's what she's using. The speaker's off. I have it off. Don't leave us off. And I struggle. Here's where my struggle with that comes. They say bonded out, but they never truly bond out. They post the bond, but every morning we get a list. So I run legal unit, extraditions, domestic and international, and conviction integrity unit. And I'm the liaison with ICE. Every morning we get a list from ICE as to every single person who posted bond and is going to be picked up from ICE. And then each year reviews their case and we file a writ. And the writ that we file generally goes. They are the for like 6 months, neither did the court. You cut him off. But then we should come and somebody should know that. So that's what we're trying to work through. But I appreciate both sides. You want to protect the community, these persons.
Oh, Your Honor, those microphones don't turn off.
Very important. In the court. Access, mean. So you look at the properties. What expression ball? I was the associate administrator. This case. Are you both, are you in law school, or are you not there yet?
I just finished my first year at the University of Miami.
Sure, congrats, you are.
I'm not at my law, I just finished my first year.
So these are all first year. They are first years. He's been with me for about 4 weeks and he just joined me today and we've been busy. They've gotten to see all of the stuff in the Alexander brothers and all. Fascinating, fascinating. I'm not. Those microphones, I hope you hear it. Openings. In person. I did leave them permits. So it's the opening or even with the loss. You. Have a physician, so. I'm gonna talk to you later because I have your. Absolutely. Her, when I was in division and it's happened, now. For these.